international level seminar on library book review by prominent writers. So today our first session, which is fifth technical session of this seminar, the theme is physics. For that, we have a very esteemed guest with us, Dr. Upendranath Nandi sir. So I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to felicitate our speaker. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce the speaker to the audience.
Good morning, everyone. The speaker of this session is Dr. Upendranath Nandi, a professor in the Department of Physics at Scottish Church College, Kolkata. Obtained his PhD from Calcutta University in the year 2001 under the supervision of Professor K.K. Bardhan of Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics. He is a distinguished researcher in the field of electrical transport in disordered systems. He has made significant contributions to understanding non-ohmic conduction and advanced energy storage materials. Dr. Nandi has authored numerous research papers in reputed international journals, several books, and has guided multiple PhD. His outstanding work has earned him many honors, including the Indian National Science Academy Teachers Award in the year 2021, Fellowship of the West Bengal Academy of Science Technology, and Best Innovative Science Award in 2024. With a career spanning over 3 decades, Dr. Nandi has combined academic excellence, prolific research, and dedicated mentorship, making him an inspiring figure in the physics community. Now I request sir to deliver his lecture. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. Very good morning to you, my dear students, and my dear friend, rather brother, Ashok, in the Department of Physics. We are closely associated for a long, long time. And also, I am a member of the Board of Studies for the Department of Physics. And above all, এত সুন্দর চকচকে জায়গা হয়তো আমরা তখন পাইনি 1983 থেকে 1988 from 1983 to 1988 I was a student of this college. I studied HS and BSc in Physics. Another very good, important news for me that I was consecutive 5 years champion in sports. হাততালি দাও দেখি এত বড় একটা কথা বললাম তোমরা চুপ করে বসে আছো consecutive 5 years champion. Mind it, I was a student of class 11 and I defeated third year students in the respective events. That was a thing actually. So I feel really very glad to come here. Few months back I also came with a team of teachers just to see the tidbits of autonomous status in this college, because we want to formulate it at Scottish. We want. So the infrastructure related documents, how to build on that academic side for the autonomy, we came on that day. So I also feel honored and congratulate to the authority for giving me a scope to speak on this library book review theme, physics. Okay, we know when we write a book, an author wants to write a book on a particular subject. What are the things he should take care of? If we go through these documents, you will find that we live in a society. Can you hear me without the microphone? Hello, hello, শোনা যাচ্ছে? Okay. So being a teacher in the Department of Physics, I am serving the department for consecutively 28 years and mainly take courses on electronics, statistical mechanics and thermal physics. So you know the subject particularly is growing on very rapidly. What we studied during that time and what you are going through your syllabus has completely changed. In my lifetime, I have seen 3 types of courses being offered by the university we are attached to it, Calcutta University. Earlier, this college was attached to Calcutta University when we studied from this college. That time, it was a 3 years course, 2 years for part 1, 1 year for part 2. Now, then CBCS, then CCA. So huge changes in the syllabus and also huge changes in the subject orientation. A student studying physics can take philosophy, can take political science. We are offering that syllabus, can take physical education as well. So these are the changes. Earlier, physics honors, math and chemistry, enough. No other subjects being offered to us when we studied in our graduation course in this college. That was the structure of the university syllabus. So with those changes and with experience, we found that subject as a research advanced quickly, there is a growing need to combine diverse findings in one place, bridge the gap between fundamental science and emerging application to serve as a pedagogical tool for education and skill development. An ideal book should contain both the theoretical concepts and practical techniques, promoting interdisciplinary understanding. An academic book can clarify foundational principles, differentiate between hype and real science, emphasize ethical observations and safety. So with these, and also we have to search for the applications what we are studying in. Today you can see the study of nano world. The nanomaterials being discovered, we cannot think of, you see, if you take a certain material, the material has certain structure. The structure, when we categorize it, single crystal, polycrystal and amorphous. Earlier it was very, very difficult to produce a single crystal. Mind it, to produce a single crystal means It is not like you. You are sitting in a very well-defined pattern inside this hall. With the help of the experimental techniques, we have to produce the arrangement of the atoms in a predefined, well-defined arrangement in three-dimensional space. Now we can build on. Now we can build on a single electron transistor. Transistor made, it will operate on the basis one by one on a single electron. Set single electron transistor. So we are advancing, starting from macro, then micro. Thermodynamics to statistical mechanics. In the macroscopic world, thermodynamics. In the microscopic world, the statistical mechanics. Final end result are same. So once we know the basic ideas, the principles, underlying physical aspects, next naturally the question comes, where to apply those things? So we should focus on the real world applications. What are the fields for applications of our discovered materials in energy, medicine, electronics, environment? Such books can inspire new ideas, projects, and in both academia and industry, contributing to societal advancement. What we are doing, if we look towards the NEP syllabus implemented in 2020, here a term is specially coined, professor of practice. If you want to be a professor, you don't have to go through the academic curricula. You don't have to earn MSc or PhD degree. In our college recently, we have implemented a course on Katha and Boutique. You know who is the teacher? Teacher from Amar Kutir, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan, and she passed up to 8th standard only. He is the professor of practice. And we are earning a lot. আমরা কলেজে একটা দোকান খুলেছি, সেই দোকানে ছেলে মেয়েদের তৈরি করা জিনিস বিক্রি হয়। This is the dimension we have to look for under the NEP 2020. Okay? So that will contribute something to the society for advancement. That will contribute to the advancement of the society. And as an author who writes a book, what does he or she get? You see, for an author, writing a comprehensive book helps to share their unique perspective and expertise, contribute to shaping the future of the world, gain recognition and credibility as a subject matter expert. So, point number 10, subsection C, I will come to this point at the end of my lecture. Suppose we are lacking from all sorts of physical strength, ability to move, ability to work with two hands, right? Or ability to work, inability to work with two legs, then how he or she will survive? At the end of my talk, I will try to focus on that particular object. So writing a book can help foster interdisciplinary communication, present holistic views of how physical principles function across different domains. Books broaden horizons and promote understanding, etc., etc. So you can see books are the foundation of education and progress. Studying books is essential for academic success and lifelong learning, which are both crucial for societal advancement. So, motivation for writing books on physics should be to educate, inspire, and advance the field by providing an accurate, comprehensive, interdisciplinary resource that serves students, researchers, industry, and society at large. So an author with this background, with an experienced hat, try to share with the readers, students, researchers, or industry people, his or her experience through a book. Through a book. It is the result of the experience gained by a particular person over the years throughout his or her academic career. Now you see, for this, sometimes you will find a teacher teaching in a school or college is a very good actor. How does he or she manages that? Right? A pilot can play very good chess, can be a very good chess player. How does he or she manage that? So it is the determination, it is the mindset, it is the willpower and the situation. And the situation. Now try to see a very short movie, how a particular situation can change the whole situation, the life of a great soldier. এই ভিডিওটা অশোক চলবে না? চলছে চলছে। সাউন্ড 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 আসছে না। जोड़े जोड़े जोड़े
उस कंट्री का बेस्ट पिस्टल शूटर जितनी भी नेशनल चैंपियनशिप्स हुई थी उस कंट्री में उसको वो जीत चुका था और सबको ऑलमोस्ट कंफर्म था कि 1940s में जो ओलंपिक्स होने वाले हैं उसमें गोल्ड मेडल केरली को ही मिलेगा और उसने सालों से ट्रेनिंग करी थी। उसका एक ही सपना था, एक ही फोकस था कि मुझे अपने इस हाथ को दुनिया का बेस्ट शूटिंग हैंड बनाना है, बेस्ट बनाना है, बेस्ट बनाना है, और वो कामयाब हो गया। उसने बना लिया बेस्ट शूटिंग। सिर्फ 2 साल का फर्क। 1938 में एक आर्मी का ट्रेनिंग कैंप चल रहा था, क्योंकि वो आर्मी में था, तो एक एक्सीडेंट हो गया। उसके उसी हाथ में जिससे उसने गोल्ड मेडल जीतना था, उसमें एक हैंड ग्रेनेड फट गया और वो हाथ चला गया। जो उसका सपना था, जो फोकस था, सब खत्म। उसके पास 2 रास्ते थे। एक तो ये कि वो बाकी की पूरी जिंदगी रोता रहे और कहीं जा करके छुप जाए, या अपना जो गोल था जिस पे उसने फोकस किया हुआ था उसको पकड़ करके रखा। तो उसने फोकस किया उस पे नहीं जो चला गया था, जो उसके पास नहीं था। उसने फोकस किया उस पे जो उसके पास था। जो उसके पास था, और क्या था उसके पास में? एक लेफ्ट हैंड। एक ऐसा हाथ जिससे वो लिख तक नहीं सकता था। 1 महीने तक उसका हॉस्पिटल में इलाज चला साथ के लिए, और सही 1 महीने बाद अभी ट्रेनिंग शुरू करती है साथ के। ट्रेनिंग के 1 साल बाद, मतलब कि 1939 में वो वापस आया। नेशनल चैंपियनशिप्स हो रही थी वहीं पे हंगरी में, और बाकी भी बहुत सारे पिस्टल शूटर्स थे वहां पे। उन्होंने जा करके उसको कांग्रेचुलेट किया, कहा कि यार देखो, ये होता है जज्बा, ये होती है स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट, कि इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद भी तुम यहां पर आए हो हमको देखने के लिए और हमारा हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए। किसी को नहीं पता था कि वो 1 साल से अपनी ट्रेनिंग कर रहा था लेफ्ट हैंड की, और उसने जवाब दिया, मैं यहां पर तुम्हारा हौसला बढ़ाने नहीं आया, तुम्हारे साथ कॉम्पीट करने आया, तुमसे लड़ने आया हूं, तैयार हो जाओ। और कंपटीशन हुआ। बाकी सब वहां पर जितने भी लोग थे वो कॉम्पीट कर रहे थे अपने बेस्ट हैंड से, ये कॉम्पीट कर रहा था अपने ओनली हैंड से, ओनली हैंड से। कौन जीता? The man with the only hand, केरल जीत गया। लेकिन वो यहां नहीं रुका, उसका गोल क्लियर था कि मुझे इस हाथ को इस कंट्री का नहीं, इस पूरी दुनिया का बेस्ट शूटिंग हैंड बनाना है। उसने अपना सारा फोकस उठा करके डाला 1940 पे, जब ओलंपिक्स होने वाले थे। लेकिन 1940s के ओलंपिक्स कैंसिल हो गए वर्ल्ड वॉर की वजह से। उसने अपना सारा फोकस उठा करके कहां डाल दिया? 1944 में जो ओलंपिक्स होने वाले थे उसके ऊपर। 1944 में जो ओलंपिक्स होने वाले थे वो भी कैंसिल हो गए वर्ल्ड वॉर की वजह से, फिर से कैंसिल। इसने अपना सारा फोकस उठा करके डाल दिया 1948 के ओलंपिक्स में। 1938 में उसकी एज थी 28 साल, 1948 में उसकी एज हो चुकी थी 38 इयर्स। और जो यंगर जो प्लेयर्स आते हैं निकल करके, उनसे कॉम्पीट करना मुश्किल होता चला जाता है। लेकिन मुश्किल नाम का ये वर्ड था ही नहीं उसकी डिक्शनरी में। वो गया, पूरे वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट शूटर्स आए हुए थे जो अपने बेस्ट हैंड से कॉम्पीट कर रहे थे, और ये अपने ओनली हैंड से कॉम्पीट कर रहा था। और कौन जीता? The man with the only hand. ओलंपिक्स दोबारा कॉम्पीट किया उसने, और इस बार गोल्ड मेडल कौन जीता? केरली। 4 साल बाद दोबारा से, और पूरी की पूरी हिस्ट्री को बदलकर इस पर्टिकुलर कंपटीशन में उससे पहले किसी भी एथलीट ने लगातार 2 गोल्ड मेडल्स नहीं जीते। अब किसी भी लूजर के पास चले जाओ, उसके पास लिस्ट होगी बहानों की कि मैं इस वजह से फेल हुआ अपनी लाइफ में, इस वजह से मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाया, बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है। दूसरी तरफ विनर के पास चले जाओ, उसके पास में 1000 वजह होगी वो ना करने की जो वो करना चाहता है, सिर्फ एक वजह होगी वो करने की जो वो करना चाहता है, और वो कर जाएगा।
So the moral of the short video is, he is also a teacher of endurance. How to fight against the odd things in life, unseen, unexpected, but still it appears in the life of each and every one living in this universe. So in that sense, he is a teacher to the society, teacher to the whole world. giving a simple lesson, adjust and fight. So he is Catholic. You can see he is a Hungarian, born in 1900 train and died 1976. He got 2 Olympic gold medals in, Olympic gold medals in 25-meter rapid fire pistol event. This is the event. So now we come to directly to the field, library book review, theme physics. These are the books you can see. One book I have co-authored, Nanomaterials Theory, Problems and Solutions, with Professor Devi of University of Calcutta, and rest of the books here, Heat and Thermodynamics Theory, Problems and Solutions. It has been published this year from Cambridge University Press. Earlier you can see Statistical Mechanics Theory, Problems and Solutions from Techno World. It is the 4th edition of this book, of this series. Last edition has been published in 2024. Fundamentals of Analog Electronics Theory, Problems and Solutions. Myself, and it is 2022, it is the 1st edition. And for the nanomaterials and the electronics, analog electronics, both are being revised. So very soon the next editions will appear in the market. And this book, I am not referring it. You can see it has been published in 2011. It is a book focused on the experimental techniques of to the researchers working in the field of condensed matter physics. Some experimental techniques are being discovered. It has been published from Germany, Lambert Academic Publishing Twiddler. So what I will do in rest of the time, one by one I will review the main focus on these books. So this is the book I have taken, the first one, the Statistical Mechanics Theory, Problems and Solutions. It has been published from Techno World, Calcutta, the 4th edition, 2024. Okay, this is the ISBN number of the book. And the question is, why? What is the importance of the book I have written? And why a student particularly will follow the book written by me? As in the market you will find so many books. R.K. Pathria on Statistical Mechanics, very, very good book. Okay, very, very good book. Okay, Fundamental Statistical Mechanics, B.B. Lott. It's a these are the books available in the market. Professor Palas Baron Pal, I think you have heard the name. He has also written a book, very good book, very, very good book. So these are the books available in the market. Only I have shown you very few of them. So many books are there in the market. Now the question is, why is my book? Why one should go through this book? The books written in the market in their respective time, I think, are the best one. But with the changes in the syllabus, initially I mentioned you, the huge changes in the syllabus, the new framing, the orientation, some principles, theoretical models related to the modern research techniques have been introduced. So those are lacking. Also, I think I can tell you very important thing. If we go through the different parts, the chapters of the syllabus, you will find that this book contains 12 chapters. This book, introduction, basic concept in statistical mechanics, microcanonical ensembles, then canonical ensemble, grand canonical ensemble, system of identical particles, classical and quantum theory of blackbody radiation, quantum statistical mechanics, Bose-Einstein statistics, Fermi-Dirac statistics, Ising model, non-equilibrium statistical mechanics. These are the 12 chapters covered in this book. Now my question is, these 12 chapters, excluding the introduction or some attachment at the end, each and every book, the books I have shown you, also other books available in the market, contain these chapters. But why this book? Because you see, going through the syllabus, I have seen, so if you go to the book of Patria, in the canonical ensemble, if we want to find out the concept of negative temperature, negative temperature is a concept. If we want to derive the corresponding theory from the book of R.K. Patria, a very, very good book in statistical mechanics, but you will find the result is there. We have to take the derivative of entropy with respect to energy, and utilizing the combination of first and second law, you have to define the temperature of the system, and under certain circumstances, you will find the temperature becomes negative, but the derivation is not given there. I felt it during the course given to the student. There so many steps are omitted. It becomes difficult. The subject itself is difficult, starting from thermodynamics to the macroscopic world. We have to calculate the thermodynamic parameters of a system, pressure, temperature, volume, entropy, Gibbs free energy, Helmholtz free energy, all those parameters. If you want to characterize a given thermodynamic system, so from the macroscopic point of view, using the thermodynamic concept, we calculate all those parameters. But when we switch over to the macroscopic world, we follow the tools developed under the framework of statistical mechanics. Itself is difficult. To comprehend that idea, it becomes difficult. And at the same time, if you lose the steps in the derivation, you will be confused. I felt that. Then you will find the book almost 1100 pages, the books on statistical mechanics. All the derivations are line by line given. It contains huge number of multiple choice questions and also the solution of numerical problems. It will be helpful for JAM, JEST, or those competitive examinations. That was my objective, and over 6 years I worked on it. Finally, 4th edition is in the market. Now I switch over to the next book, Nanomaterials. So it is the age of nanomaterials. Why nanomaterial is so important? Right? Because of its application in the modern age. You just think of one situation, the diameter of our veins through which blood is flowing into our body. Can you tell me? Google it. What is the diameter of our vein? Right? And if we have a wire of diameter in the range nanometer, then you can find how many wires can be sent through the vein. Just think of it. Just think of it. If you consider the nucleus and atom, then comparison will come out. Imagine a football ground, and at the middle there is a grass, and top of the grass is like the nucleus, and whole ground is the atom. Whole ground is the atom, right? So we can easily send the nanowire through the veins, and medicine is being sent inside our affected parts of the body, to send medicine to cure the corresponding affected region. Okay, so similar situations, these are the corresponding books available in the market for nanomaterials, and this is the book written by me and by one of my friends, Professor Devi, Calcutta University. Okay, and the book contains 8 chapters. 8 chapters are there. The introduction, nanoscale systems, synthesis, characterization, then optical properties, electrical transport properties, and as an example, we have described the carbon nanotubes, and finally, chapter 8 ends with the applications of nanomaterials. So, if you have a thing, you have said you are the proprietor of a small scale industry. You have fabricated or you have produced some very good, beautiful products according to your opinion. When you will try to market it, you should frame some very important points so that the purchasers will be attracted towards it. Yes or no? Yes or no? So you have to set a guideline. Yes, my product is better in this sense. Fabricate. So this is a nanomaterial. First question, if you want to perform certain experiment, you have fabricated a nanomaterial, then what should be the procedure? This general guideline is followed. First you will prepare the material. You do not know whether it is nano or micro or macro. You do not know. But you have prepared using certain techniques. The techniques are described here. The synthesis of nanomaterials, the top-down or bottom-up approaches, various synthesis techniques, lithography, ball milling, gas phase condensation, vacuum deposition, electron beam evaporation, pulse laser deposition, sol gel techniques, spray pyrolysis, hydrothermal are discussed in this book. So, with the help of one of these techniques, you have fabricated a sample. Now the question is whether this belongs to the category of nanomaterials or not. Okay, nanomaterials or not. Then comes to the question of characterization. You have to characterize it. Yes, my friend is a very good friend. At least going back to home, he behaves in a proper manner. আশেপাশে যেসব স্কুল আছে এদিক ওদিক যাতায়াত করে তাদের দিকে তাকায় না, দেখে না, ভালোই ছেলে মেয়ে। এটা ইউ হ্যাভ ফ্রেমড ইট, রাইট? ওটাকে বিশ্বাস করা যায়, ঠিক আছে? সো what will happen? The characterization techniques involved XRD, optical microscopy, electron microscopy, scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, atomic force microscope. So these are the techniques by which you will be able to know that yes, it is the nanomaterial. My dear students, you don't have to remember all these terms, but the thing is this is the general technique. You have fabricated something by some process, it is nano. Now the question is on what are the properties the fabricated materials and how to use those properties. This is the whole part of the syllabus. What are nano? How to produce? Yes, they are nano. How to characterize? What are the properties they hold? And in which field we can apply those properties. This is the general formulation. Okay, and all these things are covered in this book, Nanomaterials. Now, generally, one thing, the electrical transport. The electrical transport, the fabricated material will possess a certain conduction mechanism. Tell me one thing. Hey chele, you stand up. Tumi. Tomar pore, tar pore. Yes. Consider a simple resistor. What is the conduction mechanism? Through a resistor, current flows under the application of external potential difference. Yes or no? Yes? So what is the mechanism? You are talking with your hands. আমি এমনি করে এখানকার এক স্টুডেন্ট কিছু মনে করো না কিন্তু একদম মনে করবে না করলে না তো একদম টেল মি through a resistor under the action of a potential difference certain current is flowing. What is the conduction mechanism? It has তুমি ম্যাথামেটিক্স ম্যাথামেটিক্সের ছেলেদের এটা জানতে পারো না ঠিক আছে প্লিজ সিট ডাউন প্লিজ এনিওয়ান আরে কেউ তো কও কেউ তো বলো আচ্ছা ডায়োডের বেলায় কি হয় এইরকম সোজা লিনিয়ার হয় না কিরকম একটা এরকম করে সেই উঠে যায় তাহলে একটা পার্থক্য কিছু আছে তো কিছু একটা তো ডিফারেন্স আছে হ্যাঁ ওহমিক আর নন ওহমিক কে একটা বলেছে সেটা মেকানিজম নয় that is not termed as mechanism. অশোক স্যারকে পরে বলে দেবে হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে সো মাই কোশ্চেন ইজ ভেরি সিম্পল বুঝেছো মেকানিজমটা আমাকে বের করতে হবে রাইট সো হোয়াট ইজ দ্য প্রসিডিওর কিভাবে একটা স্যাম্পলের আননোন স্যাম্পল ইউ আর গিভেন হাউ টু ডিটারমিন দ্য কন্ডাকশন মেকানিজম ওয়ান স্টেটমেন্ট জাস্ট মেজার দ্য রেজিস্ট্যান্স as a function of temperature. What is the thing? Measure the resistance as a function of temperature and try to fit with a given model. Measure the resistance as a function of temperature, try to fit with a given model. That will give you the conduction mechanism. So what are the conduction mechanisms? Drift, diffusion, variable range hopping, multi-step tunneling, right? Fluctuation induced tunneling, এই টার্মগুলো আস্তে আস্তে আমাদের শিখতে হবে These are the mechanism. Simple mechanism will not be valid for the nanomaterials, right? One thing. Second point, someone is talking about the ohmic conductance. If we consider the ohmic conductance, the current voltage curve will be perfectly linear. Yes? Perfectly linear, you see, no deviation, perfectly linear. So this at the inset, this is the conductance I by V. So if this has the slope constant, then I by V conductance as a function of voltage will remain constant. This is valid for a perfectly ordered system. No impurity, right? No defects, no extra things. All arrangements are perfectly all right. Ordered system, IV curve will be linear. But in reality আমরা খুব খারাপ, কোনোদিনই সে অর্ডার সিস্টেম বানাতে পারি না। So we get a curve like this, non-linear, say linear, 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 non-linear. So conductance remains constant up to the linear part, then it increases. These are the non-linear systems, and almost all the nanomaterials exhibit the non-ohmic characteristics. See, in our earlier case, this case, the voltage from which the conductance increases from its ohmic value. This is the constant value, and from this voltage it increases. This voltage is termed as onset voltage. Onset voltage, and this onset voltage V naught scales with the ohmic conductance following a power law with an exponent, okay, and that exponent determines the strength of nonlinearity in the system and helps to identify the application field. That means where it can be used safely from the using its electrical transport properties. Okay, now you see this onset voltage in some system increases with temperature, and in some system it decreases with temperature. So we can study the variation of conductance along various paths. Path 1, here the conductance is varied by temperature, or path 2, conductance is varied by the disorder, or conductance is varied by the magnetic field. Here in this case, it's a real data in amorphous hydrocarbon nitride film. This is data taken from this reference, and you can see the onset voltage increases. So how to determine? Just look towards it. Objective is for a given data, experimental data, how to determine the onset field. V naught, যেখান থেকে লিনিয়ার থেকে নন লিনিয়ার হয়ে যাচ্ছে, লিনিয়ার থেকে নন লিনিয়ার হয়ে যাচ্ছে, onset voltage, how to determine? You see, this is the first data. We draw a horizontal line that provides the sigma naught, and here the existence of onset voltage. The second curve, just see it increases. The third curve, you can see. The fourth curve, you can see. So here onset voltage is increases, right? And now each and every case, suppose আর 5 মিনিট বেশিক্ষণ নয়, this part is divided by say 10 to the power minus 10, so it will start from 1. If it is divided by 10 to the power minus 9, start from 1. Minus 10, it will start from 1. If it is divided by 10 to the power minus 5, it will start from 1. So we have followed that. You see, 10 to the power 0 means 1. So all of them start from 1. কি করে পেলাম? ওই ইনিশিয়াল ভ্যালুটা দিয়ে ভাগ করে দিয়েছি। Yes, but you see, here they do not collapse. Here they collapse, merge each other, but in this region they do not collapse. Simple technique, just division. So now we want to collapse these data. To do that, keep one data fixed. Keep one data fixed. Yes, as it is. We have not done anything to this data set. Then second curve, what we have done? Here is a number. First curve, you say it is 1, and the second curve is divided by 1.80. Earlier, this curve was here, somewhere here. So if we divide by a number, it will shift and merge. right? Second curve. Third curve we see. Yes, it is divided by this number. Fourth curve. Yes, it is divided by this number. So we get the onset voltage. This technique was developed by us only. It is known as data collapse method, and in experimental condensed matter physics, for the interpretation and analysis of data, experimental data, this technique is used. Okay? Just to study the linear and nonlinear regime of electrical transport in disorder system, this data collapse technique is being used. Last book, only 2 minutes. I skip this one. Fundamentals of Analog Electronics, Problems and Solution. Again, Problems and Solution. Again, from these are the books available in the market, and this is my book. It contains 12 chapters. Introduction, Analog Electronics, Fundamentals of Semiconductors, Semiconductor Diodes Applications, Bipolar Junction Transistors, Amplifiers, JFET, Regulated Power Supply, Feedback, Operational Amplifier, Multivibrator and Oscillator. Okay? These are the 12 chapters. And some features of the book. Last one, the Heat and Thermodynamics, this book, the available books available in the market. Again, this is the book this year has been published by Cambridge University Press. I think it is available in the market now from August onward. Okay? So only the objective, it contains huge number of solved problems, multiple choice questions, and each topic is divided into several sections, because I have given the stress for the derivation of each and every part. So each and every subject is divided into several parts. That is the characteristic features of this book. So as I told you at point number 10C, I'll tell you something. Just see this.
I wasn't ready.
I have no arms and no legs, but I'm very thankful that I have my little chicken drumstick here. People freak out when they see me for the first time. It's so cool. I was at a water slide all by myself. Everyone obviously at the bottom of the slide is looking up and waiting for other people to come down, and here I come and they're freaking out. They're like, you know, like this. And I was so tempted to look at myself and go, what happened? You know? There were times where I sort of looked at my life and thinking, well, I can't do this and I can't do that. And you keep on concentrating on the things that you wish you had or the things that you wish you didn't have. And you sort of forget what you do have. And there's no point, I believe, in my life where I wish I had arms, legs, I wish I had arms, legs, I wish I had arms, legs, wishing won't help. But what I've seen in life are just a couple key principles. And the first thing that I've seen is to be thankful. It's hard to be thankful, man. I tell you, when I was 8 years old, I sort of summed up my life and thought, I'm never going to get married. I'm not going to have a job. I'm not going to have a life of purpose. What kind of a husband am I going to be if I can't even hold my wife's hand? It's a lie to think that you're not good enough. It's a lie to think that you're not worth anything. Oh boy. It's freezing, I can't feel my hand. How come you smile so much? And I'm like, well, it's a long story. But it's very simple at the same time. You see, it's very hard to smile sometimes in life. There are things that happen that you don't know and you don't understand, and you don't know if you're going to get through it. You know, you go through your storms in life and you don't know how long this storm is going to be. And today I want to share with you some principles that I've learned in my life that you can use in yours. being patient is beautiful. I tell you, it's the hardest day. But I realize I may not have hands to hold my wife's hand. But when the time comes,
so you have seen the picture of this man, Nicholas James, the Australian citizen. By birth, he has no legs, no hands. So, only the thing, he decided to commit suicide, but his housemaid provided the required courage. You can speak well, you will get a writer just to implement your thoughts through writer. And you can see how many books he has published. Life Without Limits, Your Life Without Limits, Devotion for a Ridiculously Good Life, Unstoppable, The Incredible Power of Faith in Action, so many books. He is a good orator. He is still living. Still living. So this is the power of writing good books. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Anyone has any doubt or question, you can raise your hand. No? Anyhow, it was
No yet.
Thank you, sir. It was inspiring talk. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. এইটার কোনটা? হ্যালো হ্যালো, সাউন্ড আসছে না কেন এত? হ্যাঁ, কোনটা লো করা আছে এখানে? এখানে তো চেঞ্জ করে দিতে হবে। হ্যালো 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 hello, 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 अरे बाप रे बाप, hello, hello, हाँ? Hello, 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 hello. Wow. কি রে ভাই, এটা এতটা ইয়ে আসছে কেন? হ্যালো, 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 আর কোনো জায়গায়। হ্যালো, 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 ওখানে ভরমটা কমানো। হ্যালো, 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 দাও, দাও। হ্যালো, 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 হ্যালো। ঠিক আছে, ওটা মাঝে মধ্যে মুড়ি ভাজার মতো হচ্ছে আজকে, ওই যে মাঝে মধ্যে ওই যে ওইটা নড়ে।
So now we are going to start our technical session 6, the second session for today. The theme is leadership. For that, Dr. Shushanto Banerjee is with us. So I request, sir, Shushanto sir, please come on the dais. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to felicitate our speaker. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce our speaker to the audience.
Dear students, it would be better if you could keep. Dr. Shushanto Banerjee comes from Islampur, a subdivision town of West Bengal. After doing his masters from DRTC, Indian Statistical Institute of Bengaluru, he worked several organizations including all major stock exchanges in India and the corporate like DLA. He was the founding director of the British Council, Chandigarh. After British Council assignment, Dr. Banerjee joined as the director of American Information and Resource Center, American Consulate in Kolkata. He wanted to work in Indian academia, so he left American Center and joined West Bengal State University as the University Librarian and Director Center for Advanced Study. In West Bengal State University, he developed a state-of-the-art knowledge center from the scratch and also opened the Library and Information Science Department for the benefit of rural students, most of whom belong to the marginalized families, and also to create employment opportunity for the talented young generation. Dr. Banerjee received many national and international awards, including Librarian of the Year Award by YASLIC and Superior Honor Award from the Department of States of the Government of United States of America. He visited many countries in Europe and Asia and also many states of the United States of America for his professional development. He did his PhD on marketing and public relations. Dr. Banerjee is a follower of ideology of the former President APJ Abdul Kalam sir. Now I request Dr. Banerjee to deliver his speech. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, that's what should be the Ramakrishna Mission students. Okay. This is my 4th time I am visiting this institution. And I am always feeling happy to be here with the students. These are premier institutions, one of the premier institutions in India. Though I feel that I was telling my colleagues over here, my library colleagues, that I am a bit misfit, because the theme of this seminar or the conference is something where authors are coming and talking about their books. Unfortunately, I am not an author. neither I have written a book in my lifetime. Though I have started writing a book on management 2 years back, but it is going on and on. Hopefully, I'll finish it this year. So with this introduction and the great introduction by my colleague Ravi sir, I would be talking to you life's experience. The topic you can see already, it says that leadership today. I'll be talking something on leadership. Though I am a librarian, but working for last 30 years in different organizations, I could share my experience, which I am sure that it will be adding a bit value in your growth and academic development and becoming a leader like Sundar Pichai. I am talking about Sundar Pichai, you know why? Because I know majority of you here today from IT background, right? I got that information from one of my colleagues already. So who knows, another Sundar Pichai is sitting here. So I'll be talking on that line a bit and we'll try to get your attention. I know physics teachers are sitting just in the front row and other teachers are also there. Thank you, sir, for coming over here this afternoon. You know, I will start with a small saying, small reality. আমি গ্রামের ছেলে, আমি গ্রামের ছেলে, আমার বাড়ি নর্থ বেঙ্গলে, ইসলামপুরে। আমি ক্লাস 12 পর্যন্ত পড়াশুনো করেছি উইদাউট ইলেকট্রিসিটিতে। আমার বলতে তাতে কোনো দ্বিধা নেই। অনেকে বলে এইভাবে নাকি ওপেন অ্যাকনোলেজমেন্ট না করাই ভালো। আমি বলি করা কোনো বাধার সৃষ্টি হয় না। তো স্কুল যেতাম খালি পায়ে, আর স্বপ্ন দেখতাম যে এখান থেকে যদি কিছু করা যায়। স্বপ্ন দেখে কতটা সাকসেস হয়েছে জীবনে জানি না, বাট ইয়েস, I had a big dream. কিন্তু এখন যখন গ্রামের বাড়িতে যাই, ওটা গ্রামই এখনো বলবো, সাব ডিভিশন টাউন আমরা বলি, বাট স্টিল ওখানে ইলেকট্রিসিটি এসছে আমার বাড়িতে, রাস্তাগুলো পাকা হয়েছে, বাট স্টিল ইট লুকস লাইক এ ভিলেজ ইয়েট অ্যাজ কম্পেয়ার টু ক্যালকাটা অ্যান্ড দ্য প্লেস আই লিভ ইন। এখন যখন বাড়িতে যাই, ক্লাস 9-10 বাচ্চাদের কাছে জানতে চাই, ট্রাস্ট মি, বিশ্বাস করতে হবে আমার কথাটা, ক্লাস 9-10, 8-9-10 আমরা নর্মালি জানতে চাই, আরে বড় হয়ে কি হতে চাস, রাইট? আমরা জানতে চাই বড় হয়ে কি হতে চাস। শুনলে অবাক হবে তোমরা, আপনারা, ওরা বলে স্যার, দাদা, কাকু, নেতা হতে চাই। ট্রাস্ট মি, ওরা বলে নেতা হতে চাই, লিডার হতে চাই। কেন রে? ওর থেকে ভালো চাকরি তো আর কিছু নেই। সত্যি কথাই, এটার তো কোনো উত্তর নেই আমাদের কাছে। এবার আমি কেন বলে ওরা কথাগুলো সেটা একটা ছবি দেখাতে চাই। হু ইজ আ লিডার? ওদের চোখে হু ইজ আ লিডার? এখনো ওরা সেই স্বপ্নটা দেখে, 9-10 দেখছে এবং সিরিয়াসলি দেখছে। ওদের কাছে লিডার, নট দিস, the earlier one, একটু ব্যাক করুন। সো ওদের চোখে লিডার বলতে এইটা। আমরা কি দেখি? আমরাও তাই দেখি। এখানে গাড়িটার রংটা হয় সাদা, এখানে রেড বেকন লাইট দেখা যাচ্ছে, লাইটটা এখন একটু চেঞ্জ হয়ে কি রং হয়েছে ভাই? নীল হয়েছে। এবার যিনি গাড়ি থেকে নামেন, একজন দরজাটা খুলে দেয়, উনি গাড়ি থেকে নামেন, সাদা ধবধবে একটা ড্রেস, নর্মালি পায়ে একটা নাম শুনি, কোনোদিন পড়িনি আজ পর্যন্ত, বলে স্নিকার, ওটা থাকতেই হবে। গলায় একটা বিরাট মোটা চেন, হাতে একটা বড় সোনার কিছু একটা হোয়াটএভার। এইবার এই স্বপ্নটা বাচ্চারা দেখছে যে আমাকে এটা হতে হবে, 9-10-এ গ্রামের ছেলেমেয়েরা দেখছে। এইবার এই স্বপ্নটা যদি ওরা সত্যি দেখতে শুরু করে সবাই, এবং সেটা সাকার করতে শুরু করে, তাহলে কিন্তু সমস্যা। এবার আমি এখানে এসছি এই ধরনের নেতাদের জন্য কথা বলতে নয়, রিয়েলি my talk will not be about these netas. I will be talking something else, some leaders, those who really matters. Okay, so কালকে বীরভূমে ছিলাম, শান্তিনিকেতনে, ছবিটা আর পাল্টায়নি। শান্তিনিকেতনে ওদের কাছে জানতে চেয়েছিলাম যে আপনাদের মধ্যে কেউ কি এই ছবিটাকে রেকগনাইজ করতে পারেন? স্টুডেন্টসদের জানতে চাইলাম, টিচারদের জানতে চাইলাম, ওরা বললেন না স্যার। কিন্তু শান্তিনিকেতনে যদি আমি কোনো রিসেন্ট ছবি দেখাতাম, কোনো নেতারা ওরা চিনতে পারতেন, আমরাও পারি, রাইট? তো এটা চিনতে পারলেন না ওরা, এটা একটু কঠিন ব্যাপারটা। আমিও তো চিনতাম না, আমি সার্চ করে বের করেছি, বিকজ আই ওয়াজ টকিং ইন শান্তিনিকেতন yesterday, day before yesterday. So this lady is দুখারি বালা দেবী। দুখারি বালা ওনার নাম। উনি বীরভূমে ঝাউগ্রাম বলে একটা জায়গা, একটা গ্রাম, সেই গ্রামে জন্মগ্রহণ করেছেন। এবং সবচেয়ে যেটা ইন্টারেস্টিং ব্যাটার আমাকে যেটাতে অ্যাট্রাক্ট করেছিল সেটা হচ্ছে উনি দু হাতে রিভলভার চালাতে পারতেন। এই মহিলা, বিশ্বাস হয়? গো থ্রু, ইফ ইউ ওয়ান্ট টু রিড অ্যাবাউট হার, দুখারিবালা ওনার নাম, পেয়ে যাবেন সবখানে। ওকে, নলহাটির ঝাউগ্রামে ওনার জন্ম, এবং প্রথম মহিলা স্বাধীনতা সংগ্রামী। আমি না কারো গলা শুনতে পাচ্ছি, খুব ডিস্ট্রাকটিভ মনে হয়। প্লিজ 45 মিনিটস বলবো, কাউকে বোর করবো না, বি অ্যাটেন্টিভ ফর 45 মিনিটস। ওকে, এবার এই দুখারিবালা ছিলেন ফার্স্ট মহিলা যাকে জেলে ভরা হয়েছিল সারা ভারতের মধ্যে। আমি এই ধরনের নেতাদের, নেত্রীদের কথা বলতে আজকে এখানে এসেছি। কে জানে এই যে গ্যাদারিংটা বসে আছে তাদের মধ্যে একজন, কেউ, আমি বলছি না দুখারিবালা হবে, বাট বড় কোনো একটা ফিল্ডের লিডার হবে। কালকে বলছিলাম আরেকটা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে, ওই KNU, কাজী নজরুল, ওখানেও majority of them are from middle class family or even marginalized families. আমি যে ইউনিভার্সিটিতে কাজ করি, আমেরিকান সেন্টারের মতো চাকরি ছেড়ে দিয়ে সেখানে জয়েন করেছি শুধুমাত্র মার্জিনালাইজড ঘরের ছেলে মেয়েদের সাথে কাজ করবার জন্য, এবং সারাদিন ওদের সাথে থাকি, হই হই করি। সো এই মার্জিনালাইজড ঘরের ছেলে মেয়েরা যে একদিন বড় লিডার হবে না, সেটা বলার অপেক্ষা রাখে না, হবে। অ্যান্ড এই ইনস্টিটিউশনে যারা পড়তে আসে তাদের মধ্যে তো সেই সম্ভাবনাটা অনেক প্রবল তোমাদের মধ্যে। Okay, so who is a leader? You will be a leader only when you have followers. You will be a leader only when you have followers, not the Facebook followers. वो तो कोई भी होता है ना? কেউ একজন লিখে দিল একটা, ওই একটা কিছু চেনেই না হয়তো আমাকে, আমার সম্বন্ধটা লিখে দিল। নট দ্যাট ফলোয়ার, রিয়েল ফলোয়ার, যারা ফলো করবে, আমার বডি ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজকে ফলো করবে, আমার ড্রেসকে ফলো করবে, আমার কথা বলাকে ফলো করবে, আমার হাঁটাকে ফলো করবে, আমার অ্যাচিভমেন্টকে ফলো করবে। দ্যাট কাইন্ড অফ ফলোয়ার্স উই নিড টু হ্যাভ when I am a leader, right? So that kind of leaders we are searching for. So leader হতে হলে সবার আগে যেটা দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে ঠিকঠাক পড়াশুনো করা, and you are in the right place. আনফর্চুনেটলি আমি যেখানেই যাই একটা কোশ্চেন করি যেটা আজকেও না করে পারছি না, এবং উত্তরটা বড় নেগেটিভ, আমি সেটা হয়তো এখানে আশা করব না। সেটা হচ্ছে খুব সাধারণ একটা কোশ্চেন, হাউ মেনি অফ ইউ রেড how many of you read a novel in last 1 month? One hand, raise your hands, 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay, about 5, 6. That is good. এই গ্যাদারিং এ 5 জনও যদি বলে থাকে যে আমি একটা নভেল পড়েছি, দ্যাট ইজ গুড। বাট অন্যান্য জায়গাতে একটা হাতও ওঠে না, ট্রাস্ট মি, একজনও হাত ওঠান না, মানে একটা বই পড়েছি এটা কেউ বলেন না। মাই নেক্সট কোয়েশ্চেন, হাউ মেনি অফ ইউ ডিড নট সি ইয়োর মোবাইল স্ক্রিন ফ্রম দ্য মর্নিং? expected একটা হাত উঠেছে, আই এম লাকি। দুটো হাত উঠেছে, আই এম লাকি, রিয়েলি। 3টে 4টে, ওকে। এইটা সব জায়গাতে জিরো, সব জায়গাতে এটা জিরো। সকাল থেকে মোবাইল স্ক্রিন দেখি নিয়ে তো মাদকতা আমাদের, এখন আমারও মাদকতা হয়তো, ওকে। সকালে উঠেই ফার্স্ট কাজ মোবাইলে মেসেজ কি এসছে, আননেসেসারি কোনো ফালতু মেসেজ হয়তো এসে বসে আছে, দরকারই নেই দেখবার, বাট সেটা আমাদের দেখতে হয়। এখনও যারা যাই না মোবাইল অ্যালাউ করেছে কিনা আজকে এই প্রোগ্রামে, হয়তো অনেকেই মোবাইল বসে থেকে এরকম দেখছে। আমার ক্লাসে আমি মাঝে সাঝে দেখি ছেলেদেরকে খুব বকাবকি। এইবার রাত্রি 3টের সময় দেখি স্টুডেন্টসরা পড়াশুনো করছে। পরের দিন সকালে জানতে চাই, হ্যাঁ রে তোকে কালকে আমি ওই কি বলে ফেসবুকের কি বলে ওটাকে, যেটাতে থাকে মেসেঞ্জার, তোকে ফেসবুকের মেসেঞ্জারে আমি 2:30টার সময় দেখলাম তুই অ্যাক্টিভ, স্যার অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট করছিলাম। এইবার যদি রাত্রির 2:30টার সময় অ্যাসাইনমেন্ট করে ফেসবুকের মেসেঞ্জারে, আই ডু নট নো, ট্রাস্ট মি, যদি সত্যি লিডার হতে হয় আমরা কাউকে মোবাইল থেকে সরাতে পারবো না, নো ওয়ে, পারবো না, এটা সত্যি। তো এখন তো সমাজ ব্যবস্থা বলছে মোবাইল দিতে হবে, ইভেন আমাদের লাইব্রেরিতে আমরা বলি মোবাইল দিতে হবে, নাহলে ওরা যাবে না স্টুডেন্টসরা। বাট রেস্ট্রিক্ট ইউর মোবাইল ইউজ, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট থিং আই শুড সে। রেস্ট্রিক্ট। এখন তো মোবাইলে বলেও দেয় কতক্ষণ স্ক্রিন আওয়ার আমরা দেখছি, ওকে। যাক, বেশি বলবো না, বেশি বললে বলবে লোকটা প্রাগ ঐতিহাসিক যুগের লোক, মাথার চুল পেকে গেছে, আমাদের নতুন বুদ্ধি দিচ্ছে, সেসব না। কোয়েশ্চেনটা হচ্ছে বই পড়তে হবে, বই পড়তে হবে। সৃজনশীলতা, আমি বাংলা খুব ভালো বাংলা শব্দ জানি না, সৃজনশীলতা বলে আছে, উদ্ভাবনী ক্ষমতা, এই যে ব্যাপারগুলো, চিন্তা করার যে শক্তি, সেইটা কিন্তু বই পড়লেই হবে। মোবাইল সেটাকে দূরে সরিয়ে দিচ্ছে, চিন্তা করতে পারছি না আমরা, আমাদের সময় নেই রিয়েলি, মানে তাড়াতাড়ি উত্তর চাই, আমরা ব্যস্ত হয়ে পড়ছি, আমাদের ধৈর্য হারাচ্ছে। সো ইউ নিড টু রিড বুকস, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট থিং। আই এম এ লাইব্রেরিয়ান, again I say, so my role is to promote reading. এখানে ভালো লাইব্রেরি আছে, নভেল একটা নিয়ে পড়তে শুরু করে দেখো যে তার মজা কোথায়, ওকে। নেক্সট, a leader is a person has the ability to lead, inspire, influence and guide others towards achieving common goal. কমন গোল, যেটা কমন গোল সেটাকে অ্যাচিভ করবার জন্য লিডার সবাইকে গাইড করে। এক্সিবিট স্ট্রং কমিউনিকেশন স্কিলস, ভালো করে কথা বলা। অনেক জায়গাতে গেলেই শুনি যে স্যার ইংরেজি ভালো বলতে পারি না, এটা সত্যি কথাই। আমরা তো সবাই ইংরেজি মিডিয়ামের ছাত্র নই, সত্যি কথা। আমার একটা জীবনের উদাহরণ দিয়ে, ওই যে বলছিল ডিআরটিসি বেঙ্গালুরুতে পড়তে গেছিলাম। এবার ডিআরটিসি বেঙ্গালুরুতে যখন পড়তে গেছি আইএসআইতে, ওখানে 5-6 জন করে নেওয়া হয়, আমরা যেই সেগমেন্টে পড়তাম, আর যারা পড়াতেন তারা সব বিদেশি, সব বড় বড় মানে ডিগ্রিধারী লোক। আমার সবচেয়ে শ্রদ্ধেয় প্রফেসর গোপীনাথ, ওখানে যার আন্ডারে আমি পড়েছি, যার জন্মদিন উপলক্ষে এত প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে, প্রফেসর এসআর রঙ্গনাথন, তার ডিরেক্ট ছাত্র ছিলেন উনি। এবার আমি তো গেছি বাংলার একেবারে খোদ বাংলা থেকে উঠে, মানে বাংলা স্কুলে পড়া ছেলে। যারা ওখানে আমার সহপাঠী তারা তো সব ইংরেজিতে বলে, ঠাস ইংরেজি বলছি, কি যে বলে কিছুই বুঝি না। প্রফেসররা ক্লাসে যে কি বলছেন রিয়েলি মাথার উপর দিয়ে চলে যায়। এবার ওদের প্রথমত ওরা বিদেশে পড়াশোনা করেছে, দ্বিতীয়ত ওরা সাউথ ইন্ডিয়ান ইংরেজি বলে, আমরা বলি অনেস্ট, ওরা বলে হনেস্ট। তো এই যে ফারাক, এটা একটা সমস্যা, কিন্তু সেই সমস্যাটাকে কিন্তু ওভারকাম করেছি। আমি আমার ড্রাম বাজাচ্ছি না, আমি কথাগুলো বলছি সো দ্যাট ইউ গেট টু নো দ্যাট ইট ইজ পসিবল। ইংরেজদের সাথে কাজ করেছি, ওদের ইংরাজ ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজে বলতে হচ্ছে আমেরিকানদের আমেরিকান ভাষায় কথা, মানে আমেরিকান ইংরেজিতে কথা বলতে শিখতে হয়েছে। তারপরে এখন বাংরেজি বলি, বেঙ্গল আর ইংরেজি মিলিয়ে, কারণ আমি এখন বাংরেজি ইনস্টিটিউশনে কাজ করি। ওকে, সো অনেস্টি, this is the word is very important for it to becoming a leader. অনেস্ট হওয়াটা জীবনে না খুব কঠিন, ভীষণ কঠিন কাজ। কেউ যদি বলেন যে আমি 100% অনেস্ট, হতে পারেন, কেউ আছেন, বাট হওয়াটা কঠিন। আমি আমার পরীক্ষার সময় পিছনে যে বসেছিল তাকে যে বলিনি, হ্যাঁ রে তোর অঙ্কের রেজাল্টটা কি 7 হয়েছে, আমার 7 হচ্ছে, তোর কি 7 হয়েছে, সেটাই তো আমি ডিসঅনেস্ট সেদিন থেকে হয়ে গেলাম। সবাই করি আমরা এটা। সো অনেস্ট হওয়াটা রিয়েলি ডিফিকাল্ট, বাট বিকামিং, ওয়ান্স ইউ আর অনেস্ট, দেন ওয়ার্ল্ড ইজ উইথ ইউ। আমি যদি সত্যি সত্যি অনেস্ট হই, আমি বুক চিতিয়ে হাঁটবো, চুরি করিনি, মাথা উঁচু করে হাঁটবো, রাইট? So you are a honest leader, people would say. Demonstrate effective problem solving abilities and adaptability. Adaptability is one of the main things that we should be, having in our quality. যদি আমরা অ্যাডাপ্ট করতে না পারি তাহলে কিন্তু সমস্যা, পরিবেশের সাথে মানিয়ে নেওয়াটা সমস্যা, এটা আমাদের শিখতে হবে। Take responsibilities for their actions. That is another important thing in life. যখন কোনো ভালো কাজ করছি, আমার বস এসে আমার পিঠ চাপড়াচ্ছে, তখন কলারটা উঁচু করছে, হ্যাঁ আমি করেছি। এইবার যখন কোনো খারাপ কাজ করছি, মানে আমার দ্বারাটা কোনো ভালো হলো না আর কি, যেটা এক্সপেক্টেড ছিল সেটা হলো না, আমি তো করিনি এটা, ওই তো এক্স করেছে, ওয়াই করেছে। নো, টেক রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ফর আদার্স also, those who are working with you, not only for you. Okay, motivate and empowers others to work towards attain aspirations while fostering growth and development within their team and organization. এটা নতুন করে বলবার কিছু নেই। এবার লিডারশিপ থিওরি সম্বন্ধে খুব বেশি বলবো না, আমি পড়েছি লিডারশিপ সম্বন্ধে, বিকজ আই ফাইন্ড ইন্টারেস্ট ইন দিস, লট অফ বুকস আই রেড অন দিস। সো খুব বেশি থিওরিতে ঢুকবো না, যতটুকু না বললেই নয়। প্রথমটা হচ্ছে ট্রেড থিওরি, এটা চলে আসে বংশ পরম্পরায়। লিডারশিপটা ওই যে লিখেছি এখানে, জন্মের সাথে হয় না, কিন্তু কিছু কিছু কোয়ালিটি আমরা বংশ পরম্পরায় পেয়ে যাই। সেটাতে দ্বারা যারা প্রভাবিত হয়ে লিডার হয় তারা এক ধরনের লিডার। বিহেভিয়ারাল থিওরি, এটা হচ্ছে আমরা কাজ করতে করতে শিখি, কাজ করতে। এই এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে কথা বলছি এতজন লোকের সামনে, একটা সময় ছিল যখন আমার জিভটা আটকে যেত কথা বলতে, পাগুলো কাঁপতো, বাপরে ওই এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে কথা বলা ভয়ানক ব্যাপার। কিন্তু বলতে বলতে শিখে ফেলেছি, কথা বলতে পারি, ভুল বলি ঠিক বলি বলে নিই, ঠিক আছে? সো বিহেভিয়ারাল থিওরি ইজ হোয়াট which you learn when you are in job. Okay, contingency theory proposes that the effectiveness of leadership is contingent upon various situations, factors such as characteristics of followers, the nature of tasks and the organization contents. এটা নির্ভর করে কন্টিনজেন্সিটা কারা আমাকে ফলো করছে, আমার গোল কি, তার উপরে। ওকে, ট্রান্সফরমেশনাল লিডারশিপ, এই লিডারশিপটা আমার খুব পছন্দের লিডারশিপ। কেন ট্রান্সফরমেশন লিডারশিপটা পছন্দের? এই কারণেই যে আমরা আমাদেরকে ট্রান্সফর্ম করে নিতে পারি অ্যাজ পার দ্য সিচুয়েশন। এখানে বলছে ইন্সপিরেশনাল মোটিভেশন, ইন্টেলেকচুয়াল স্টিমুলেশন অ্যান্ড ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালাইজড কনসিডারেশন, ভিশন, কারিশমা, এইগুলো এখানে খুব কাজে দেয়। এই ধরনের লিডারশিপগুলো আমরা ভিজুয়ালাইজ করতে পারি এই থিওরিগুলোকে। ওকে, এবার যেটা লিডারশিপটা কিভাবে চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে সেটা দেখতে হবে, কারণ তোমরা যারা লিডার হবে একদিন, আমি বলি আমার এই কথাগুলোতে, আমার এই ডিসকাশনে যদি একটাও লিডারের তৈরি হয় কোনো একটা ঘর থেকে, কোনো একটা এরকম গ্যাদারিং থেকে, দ্যাট উড বি মাই অ্যাচিভমেন্ট। সো মেবি 1% অফ মাই থিঙ্কিং, মাই অবজারভেশনস যদি কাজে লাগে কারো, দ্যাট উইল বি মাই অ্যাচিভমেন্ট। 2025-এ লিডারশিপ কী ছিল, 2000-এর লিডারশিপ কী ছিল? হায়ারার্কিটা খুব মানে স্ট্রং থাকতো, টপ টু বটম লেভেল। উপর থেকে নিচের দিকে যা বলছি সেটাই ফাইনাল। এখন কিন্তু সেটা চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে। এখন আমরা সবাইকে নিয়ে কাজ করতে চাই। নাও উই ট্রাই টু ইনভলভ অল আর এমপ্লয়িজ। কারণ লিডারশিপটা যদি আমরা দেখি ডায়াগ্রামটা, এটা এমনি আসে একটা পিরামিডের মতো। এবার পিরামিডের যে সবচেয়ে টপ সেখানে বসে আছি আমি, লিডার, আমি সেখানে কিন্তু অ্যালোন, মাইন্ড ইউ, আই এম অ্যালোন। যত নিচের দিকে যাবে পিরামিডের তত ওটা ছড়িয়ে যেতে থাকবে, অনেকে সেখানে আছে। কাজে আমার দুটো চোখ দেখছে, কিন্তু আমাকে দেখছে এতগুলো চোখ নিচে যারা বসে আছে, রাইট? সো লিডারশিপ এখনকার সমাজে পাল্টে যাচ্ছে, সবাইকে নিয়ে চলার যে মানসিকতা সেটা তৈরি হচ্ছে। কমিউনিকেশনের ক্ষেত্রে আগে কি ছিল? ফেস টু ফেস কমিউনিকেশন, চলে এসো আমার ঘরে কথা বলবো, লিডারের ঘরে চলে গেল। এখন সেটা চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে। এখন কমিউনিকেশনটা আমাদের কিসের উপর নির্ভর করছে? এখন আমাদের যেটা হয়ে গেছে সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা জুমে কথা বলছি, আমরা টিমে কথা বলছি, যেটা ওই মিটিংগুলো আজকাল হয়, যেটা কোভিডে আরও আমাদেরকে সুন্দর করে তৈরি করে দিয়েছে। এমপ্লয়ি এক্সপেরিয়েন্স, আগে যেটা ছিল একটা সরকারি চাকরি পেয়ে গেলে বাস হো গিয়া, কাহিনী নেই জানা হ্যাঁ, ওখানেই থেকে যাব। এখন আর সেটা হচ্ছে না। সরকারি দপ্তরে চাকরি করার অনেক অনেক অ্যাডভান্টেজও আছে, আমি দেখছি এখানে করতে এসে। জীবনের শেষে 6 বছর কাজ করছি সরকারি দপ্তর, ইজ ভেরি গুড, নো ওয়ান টু আস্ক ইউ কোয়েশ্চেন্স। বাট ওয়েন ইউ আর ইন এ কর্পোরেট অর্গানাইজেশন, and that I would look for, that you would not think of working in a sarkari daftar like me, what I am doing now. You should be preferring a corporate organization and work there for long, then you think of going a sarkari daftar jahan pe jao na jao koi baat nahi, itna zaruri nahi. Okay, so I don't feel of saying this is truth. Okay, so employee expectation যেটা বললাম, এটা চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে। ইউজ অফ টেকনোলজি তো বিশাল চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে। 2000 সালের যে টেকনোলজি, এখনকার যে টেকনোলজি, দুটোর মধ্যে বিরাট ফারাক। ট্র্যাডিশনাল ডেটার উপরে আগে আমরা নির্ভর করতাম। আর 2000 সালে তখন আমি চণ্ডীগড়ে ছিলাম, 2000 সাল, তখন যে ডেটা আমরা পেতাম সেটা ট্র্যাডিশনাল ডেটা ছিল। এখনটা চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে। এখন আমরা এআই নিয়ে কথা বলছি, আমি বলি সর্বনাশের মূল। তারপরে মেটা ডাটা নিয়ে কথা বলছি, বিগ ডেটা নিয়ে কথা বলছি, ডেটা ক্যারপেন্ট্রি নিয়ে কথা বলছি, অনেক কিছু নিয়ে কথা বলছি। আমি জানি না এআইটা আমাদেরকে কোথায় নিয়ে যাবে শেষ পর্যন্ত। বড়ই সমস্যার কারণ সৃষ্টি হয়েছে। থ্যাঙ্কস দ্যাট কিছু প্লেজারিজম চেকার আছে, যে আমরা অন্তত ভয় দেখাতে পারছি স্টুডেন্টদের, নইলে তো কিছুই থাকতো না, সবটাই কপি পেস্ট হয়ে যেত। এআই আশীর্বাদ না অভিশাপ, এটা নিয়ে পর আলোচনা হবে। এআই নিয়ে আজকে একটা বড় ক্লাসও আছে, আমি জানি, ইউ উইল বি অ্যাটেন্ডিং দ্যাট। প্লিজ আস্ক দিস কোয়েশ্চেন টু মাই ভেরি ডিয়ার অ্যান্ড ভেরি লার্নেড কলিগ প্রফেসর মুখোপাধ্যায়। উনি বলবেন যে আশীর্বাদ না অভিশাপ, ওনার অভিমতটা আমাদের নেওয়া দরকার। ক্রাইসিস ম্যানেজমেন্ট, একটা সময় আমাদেরকে পৃথিবীকে নিয়ে ভাবতে হতো না। 2000 সালে পৃথিবীতে কোনো ক্রাইসিস হলে ভাবতে হতো না, কিন্তু এখন ভাবতে হচ্ছে, ভাবাচ্ছে। পাগলা ট্রাম্প সকালবেলা এক কথা বলছে, বিকালে আরেক কথা বলছে। প্রথমে বললো 25%, তারপরে বলে দিল 50%, আরো বলছে বাড়বে। ভাবাচ্ছে, সারা পৃথিবীকে নাচিয়ে ছাড়ছে একটা লোক। এরকম পাগলের সংখ্যা যদি বাড়তে থাকে আরো 2-4টা, বাস হয়ে গেল, গল্প শেষ। সো এখনকার যে ম্যানেজমেন্ট, তাদের ভাবতে হচ্ছে, লিডারদের ভাবতে হচ্ছে যে হোয়াট টু ডু, রাইট? ওয়ার্কপ্লেস কালচার আগে ছিল রিজিড অফিস স্ট্রাকচার, ভেরি রিজিড। এখনো যে নেই বলছে না, এখন ওই যে থাম্ব দিয়ে যে ঢুকতে হয় কোনো অর্গানাইজেশনে। তবে ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটি এসছে অনেক। এখন একটা নতুন কথা শুরু হয়েছে, জানি না তোমরা কতজন শুনেছো, কিন্তু আমি শুনি, মানে আমার এই কথাগুলো শুনতে ভালো লাগে। কখনো কখনো নতুন নতুন শব্দ আসে। একটা কথা তোমরা নিশ্চয়ই শুনেছো, গৃহবধূ, রাইট? এটা প্রত্যেকের শোনা, আমরা বাংলা বই যারা পড়েছি, গৃহবধূ বলে একটা কথা আছে। এখন একটা নতুন কথার সৃষ্টি হচ্ছে, বলছে গৃহস্বামী। সিরিয়াসলি গৃহস্বামী বলছে, কারা গৃহস্বামী? হ্যাভ ইউ এনি আইডিয়া? কারা? ওয়ার্কিং ফ্রম হোম, ইয়েস, পিপল আর ওয়ার্কিং ফ্রম হোম। মেজরিটি কোম্পানিগুলো সব বড় বড় বিল্ডিংগুলো বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছে। ব্যাঙ্গালোরে একের পর এক বিল্ডিং বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। কেন করবে ভাই? অত বড় বড় বিল্ডিং রাখছি, ইলেকট্রিসিটি, যাতায়াতের খরচ, এমপ্লয়ি খরচ, টিফিন খরচ, এ খরচ সে খরচ, বন্ধ করে দো বাস। সো দে ক্লোজ ডাউন, অ্যান্ড দ্যাটস হোয়াট উই হ্যাভ লট অফ গৃহস্বামী নাওয়াডেজ। প্রচুর ইয়াং ছেলে তারা ঘরে বসে কাজ করছে। ওকে, সো ওয়ার্ক কালচারটা পাল্টে যাচ্ছে। there is nothing wrong, it's fine, তারা তাদের ফ্যামিলিকে সময় দিচ্ছে, সব কিছু করছে, সম্ভব হচ্ছে। তবে ওদের ওয়ার্ক প্রেশারও প্রচুর। ক্রাইসিস ম্যানেজমেন্ট 2000 সালে একরকম ছিল, এখন সেটা পাল্টেছে। সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, when you are a leader, you know, society also will look for you. সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, এটা বড় জরুরি কাজ, এইটাকে নিতে হবে। আগে একরকম ছিল, এখন সেটা পাল্টেছে। যেমন ধরো একটা উদাহরণ দিই, আমি যে ইউনিভার্সিটিতে ঢুকেছি কাজ করতে, আমার কাজ হচ্ছে লাইব্রেরিয়ানের। আই এম এ লাইব্রেরিয়ান। সিম্পল বই দেবো, বই নেবো, বাড়ি যাবো, এর বেশি তো আমার কাজ না। কিন্তু আমি গিয়ে ওখানে দেখলাম, আমি আবারও বলছি, ঢোল পেটাচ্ছি না, যেটা রিয়েলিটি সেটা বলছি। আমি গিয়ে দেখলাম ওখানে খাওয়ার জলের খুব অসুবিধে, ওখানে খুব অসুবিধে। আমি চেষ্টা করে 6টা ওয়াটার কুলার ওখানে এনে বসিয়েছি, যেখানে ঠান্ডা জল এবং এমনি জল পাওয়া যাচ্ছে। সে পয়সাটা কে দিয়েছে? লায়ন্স ক্লাব। ওখানে আমি দেখলাম আরেকটা সমস্যা আছে, যারা আমাদের মহিলা মানে মেয়ে স্টুডেন্ট, তাদের যে একটা সমস্যা আছে সেইটাও মিটিয়েছি আমরা। একটা বড় সমস্যা, একটা বিশেষ সমস্যা, সেটাকে আমরা লায়ন্সের সাথে করে আমরা মেটাতে সামর্থ্য হয়েছি। ওখানে গ্রিনারির অভাব ছিল, 500-700 গাছ বসিয়ে দিয়েছি আমরা। তো এই যে লিডার, আই এম নট এ লিডার, বাট আই এম হোল্ডিং এ পজিশন হুইচ ইজ ইন দ্য হায়ারার্কি, দ্য টপ অফ দ্যাট পার্টিকুলার ডিপার্টমেন্ট। তো সেটা আমার ডিউটির মধ্যে পড়ে বলে আমার মনে হয়েছে, আমি সেগুলো করেছি। ওখানে মনে হয়েছে যদি একটা লাইব্রেরি সায়েন্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট করতে পারি, কিছু ছেলে মেয়ের চাকরি হবে। অনেক কষ্ট করে ডিপার্টমেন্ট একটা খুলেছি, এবং প্রচুর ছেলে মেয়ে চাকরি পাচ্ছে, ছোট চাকরি হোক, বড় চাকরি হোক, ইন্টার্নশিপ হোক, যাই হোক, এনগেজ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। যখন ফোন করে বলে স্যার আমি এই কাজটাতে ঢুকেছি, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য স্যাটিসফ্যাকশন। অ্যান্ড I will expect that when you are becoming a leader, that kind of satisfaction you will get in your heart. Okay? Autocratic leadership, এরা কারো কথা শোনে না। আমি যেটা বলছি সেটাই ফাইনাল, ডু ইট, জাস্ট ডু ইট নাও, দ্যাট কাইন্ড অফ লিডার। ডেমোক্রেটিক লিডারশিপ, এরা সবার কথা শুনে তারপরে নিজের ডিসিশন নেয়। লাইফের লিডারশিপ, এটাতে বলা হয় যে আমরা খুব বেশি তোমার হ্যান্ড হোল্ডিং করবো না, সামান্য হ্যান্ড হোল্ডিং করবো ভাই, এবার তোমারটা তুমি করে নাও। ধরেই নেওয়া হয় আমি যাদের সাথে কাজ করছি তারা এফিসিয়েন্ট করছে। আগেরটা বললাম সার্ভেন্ট লিডারশিপ, আই উড প্রেফার ইউ। আবারও একটা কথা বলছি, আমি যে কথাগুলো আজকে বলছি, স্টুডেন্টস যারা এখানে আছো তাদের কাছে হয়তো এখন এগুলোর ইম্পর্টেন্স খুব একটা আসবে না, কিন্তু when you are in your professional life, then you will remember me how important this thing. Servant leadership is the leadership where you work like a servant for your colleagues. ওদের হয়ে কাজ করো, সঁপে দাও নিজেকে, দেখবে তার রেজাল্ট কি হয়। খুব রেয়ার এই ক্যারেক্টার, বাট আছে। কারিশম্যাটিক লিডারশিপ, এটা বলে দেওয়ার অপেক্ষা রাখে না, আমাদের দেশে অনেক আছে। শাহরুখ খান আছে, সচিন তেন্ডুলকার আছে, এরা কারিশম্যাটিক লিডার, এদের হিউজ কারিশমা আছে। সিচুয়েশনাল লিডারশিপ বললাম। এরপরে আসে মোটিভেশন, দ্যাট ইজ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। হোয়াট ইজ মোটিভেশন? মোটিভেশন হচ্ছে সেই জিনিসটা যেটা কাজ করতে আমাদেরকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যায়, লিডার হতে আমাদেরকে সাহায্য করে। মোটিভেশন না থাকলে পরে আমরা কিছু রিয়েলি করতে পারি না, এটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট। সো মোটিভেশনেরও কয়েকটা পার্ট আছে। ইন্টেন্সিং মোটিভেশন, যেটা আমাদের ভেতর থেকে আমরা নিজেরাই তৈরি করি। তারপরটা হচ্ছে এক্সট্রিনজিক মোটিভেশন, এটা বাইরে থেকে আসে, লোকে আমাদেরকে করায়। গোল, আমার একটা গোল আছে, সেইটা আমাকে মোটিভেট করে। কীরকম গোল? গোলটা হচ্ছে আমি এবার সেমিস্টারে সে 0.5% কম পেয়েছি আমার যে ফার্স্ট হয়েছে তার থেকে, এবার সেটাকে মেকআপ করতে হবে। সো দ্যাট ইজ গোল, আমি ফার্স্টকে কভার করব। দিস কম্পিটিশন ইজ হেলদি কম্পিটিশন, রাইট? পার্সোনাল গ্রোথ অ্যান্ড ডেভেলপমেন্ট, এর জন্য লোকে মোটিভেট হয়। এক্সটার্নাল ইনফ্লুয়েন্স, দ্যাট ওয়ার্কস এ লট অ্যাজ মোটিভেশন। ফিয়ার অফ ফেলিওর, আমি যদি ফেল করে যাই তাহলে কি হবে, এটাও আমাদের মোটিভেট করে। রেকগনিশন অ্যান্ড ভ্যালিডেশন, রেকগনিশন অ্যান্ড ভ্যালিডেটেশন, এইটা কি? এটা হচ্ছে সবচেয়ে বড় জিনিস যেটা আমাদেরকে মোটিভেট করে, সবচেয়ে বড়। সেটা কিরকম? অনেককে বলি, ভাই সকালবেলা থেকে থ্যাংক ইউ বলেছো কাউকে? এনি অফ ইউ সেড থ্যাংক ইউ ইন দ্য মর্নিং? এনিওয়ান? চিন্তা করো, আরে ভাই দুটো হাত দেখতে পাচ্ছি, আমি খুব খুশি হচ্ছি দেখে, 3টে 4টে 5টা 6টা 7টা, এটাই দেখতে চাই আমি। বেশিরভাগ জায়গাতেই আমি দেখি না একটা হাতও ওঠে। থ্যাংক ইউ বলতে কঞ্জুসি কেন ভাই? পকেট থেকে তো পয়সা যাচ্ছে না, বলো না থ্যাংক ইউ। আমার জন্য যে ভদ্রলোক লিফটটা খুলে দিলেন এখানে, তাকে থ্যাংক ইউ বলতে অসুবিধা কি? ওই থ্যাংক ইউটাই ওকে সারাদিনের ওর মোটিভেশন হয়ে গেল, সারাদিনের রসদ হয়ে গেল। কেমন আছো ভাই? সকালবেলা এটুকু যদি আমরা বলে দিতে পারি একটু পিঠটা চাপড়ে, অফকোর্স ইন জেন্ডার কিপিং ইন মাইন্ড, না নালে জেলে যেতে হবে, সেটাও সাবধান করে দিলাম। তো সেইটা আমাদের মোটিভেট করে। ওকে, একটা ছেলে আমাকে বলছিল, গল্প না সত্যি কাহিনী, বলছে লিফটে উঠেছে এক ছাত্র, সঙ্গে এক মাস্টারমশাই। আজকাল মাস্টারমশাই দিদিমণিরাও আমরা খুব না পার্সিয়াল হয়ে গেছি আনফর্চুনেটলি। এই অর্গানাইজেশনগুলো তো বোধহয় নয়, বাট বেশিরভাগ ক্ষেত্রে আমরা খুব মুখ দেখে দেখে ব্যাপার করি, সেটা আমার খুব বাজে লাগে। যাই হোক, এবার লিফটে উঠেছে ছাত্র আর মাস্টারমশাই। প্রথমে উঠেছে ছাত্র, তারপরে বোধহয় মাস্টারমশাই অ্যাক্সিডেন্টালি উঠে গেছেন। এবার ছাত্র মাস্টারমশাইকে বলেছেন, স্যার গুড মর্নিং। নর্মালি আমরা বলি, স্যার বলবেন এটা তো ভাবা যায় না, ছাত্রকেই বলতে হবে। কেমন আছেন স্যার? এতক্ষণ তো ভালোই ছিলাম, তোকে দেখার পর মনটা খারাপ হয়ে গেল। সেই ছেলেটির কেমন যাবে সারাদিন? ওর মোটিভেশন তো ওখানেই শেষ। So let us say thank you, well done, good job. Let us start saying this verbally or in writing. That works a lot for anyone. So a leader is expected to do that. আমাদের একজন অ্যাম্বাসেডর ছিলেন, ইউএস অ্যাম্বাসেডর, যিনি দিল্লিতে বসতেন। উনি এসেছিলেন, লম্বা ভদ্রলোক, আমার নামটা মনে নেই। ওনার টার্গেট ছিল 1 লক্ষ লোকের সাথে হাত মেলানো 7 দিনের মধ্যে। পেরেছেন, অবশ্য পেরেছেন। ওকে, তো দ্যাট ইজ এ পার্ট অফ লিডারশিপ। অটোনমি অ্যান্ড ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্স, এটাও মোটিভেট করে আমাদেরকে। কোনো একটা কাজ আমাদেরকে করতে দিয়ে যদি 50 বার জানতে চাওয়া হয়, এটা হলো, এটা কি করলি, ওটা রং কি, ওটা সাইজ কি, ওটা ভ্যারিয়েবল কি, খুব বিরক্তিকর ব্যাপার। কাজটা আমাকে দিয়ে দিলে আমার উপরে বিশ্বাস রাখতে হবে। Give me the job, resource and trust me, that will help. Okay, impact and purpose, এটা তো আমরা সবাই জানি, নতুন করে বলবার কিছু নেই। এই কথাগুলো আমি বলতে চাই। Let me see, আমরা এগুলো নিয়ে বড় হয়েছি। কথাগুলো কি? তোর দ্বারা কিচ্ছু হবে না, 1 2, তুই একটা অপদার্থ, 3 শুধু টাকার শ্রাদ্ধ, 4 পাশের বাড়ির মেয়ে বা ছেলেটাকে দেখ কত কি করে, আর তুই, মানে এর থেকে খারাপ ধাক্কা আর কিছু হতেই পারে না। বিশাল ধাক্কা। তোর ভাই বা বোন তোর চেয়ে অনেক ভালো, আনাদার ধাক্কা। ওকে, আমার পক্ষে আর টাকা জোগাড় করা সম্ভব না। এই যে কথাগুলো, that says the majority of you heard this thing. So do I. So do I. Let me be honest. আমি না শুনলে তো এই কথাগুলো এক জায়গায় করতে পারতাম না। এগুলো শুনে বড় হয়েছি, তো এগুলোকে নিয়ে বড় হয়েছি, কিন্তু করে দেখিয়েছি। Yes, I am the one. So you have to be like that. I am the one. যে যা বলে বলুক। এবার আরেকটা কথা এখানে না বলে উপায় নেই, যখন পপুলার হয়ে যাবে না, if you are a popular person in a society, there will be lot of friends to criticize you, to gossip, make gossip against you, to make something nonsense against you. Just avoid. সেটাতে আমি আসছি। ওকে, সো এইগুলো নিয়ে আমরা বড় হই, এইগুলো নিয়ে আমরা যারা মধ্যবিত্ত ঘরের ছেলে মেয়ে, আমি জানি না কতজন তোমরা উচ্চবিত্ত প্রচুর টাকা পয়সা ঘরের ছেলে মেয়ে, আমি জানি না, ছেলে, আমরা তো আম্বানিরও ছেলে নই, আমরা শাহরুখ খানেরও ছেলে নই, আমরা তেন্ডুলকারেরও মেয়ে নই, সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলিরও মেয়ে নই। সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলির মেয়ে নাকি এত টাকা মাইনা পায়, সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলিকে ছাপিয়ে টাপিয়ে চলে যাবে কোন দিন, শুনছি জানি না। সো এইগুলো নিয়ে যখন আমরা বড় হই, তোমরা পৌঁছে গেছো, অনেকটাকে ওভারকাম করে গেছো, তখন আমাদের কি করতে হয়? হোয়াট শুড উই ডু? বিকজ আই ওয়ান্ট টু সি ইউ অ্যাজ এ লিডার। হোয়াট শুড উই ডু? এগুলো তো শুনছি। জাস্ট ইগনোর, that's the word. Just ignore. Don't go with the perceived ideas of other people. If you want to do something, there is no reason why you can't do it. That is the man, that is the person, that is the student who will be the leader. So avoid all nonsense comments, unnecessary behavior of people. এটা আমাদের মানে কি বলবো, এটা আমাদের অভিশাপ যে আমরা যারা গরিব ঘর বা মধ্যবিত্ত ঘরের লোক, আমাদেরকে অনেক কিছুই সহ্য করে উপরে আসতে হয়। আমার জীবনে তো বহু কিছু আছে যেগুলো আমি যদি শেয়ার করি হয়তো একটা বই হয়ে যাবে। সো আমি জানি হোয়াট ইজ কল্ড মধ্যবিত্ত ফ্যামিলি বেড়ে ওঠা। ওকে, তো 5টা ডি নিয়ে আমাদের চলতে হবে। ফার্স্ট ডি ইজ ডিজায়ার, যেটা তোমাদের আছেই আছে, এটা আর বলে রাখার অপেক্ষা রাখে না। ডিজায়ার তোমাদের আছে, নালে এখানে পৌঁছতে পারতে না। 1, 2 ড্রিম বলতে কোনো ছোট ড্রিম দেখলে হবে না। ওই যে কে যেন বলেছে, এমন ড্রিম হবে যেটা রাত্রিরে তোমাকে ঘুমোতে দেবে না। তোমরা সবই জানো, আমি নামটা বললাম না, আমিও শুনেছি, উনিই বলেছেন। তারপরটা হচ্ছে ডেডিকেশন, এটা তোমাদের আছে, বাট স্টিল আরেকবার আমি মানে রিওয়াইন্ড করে দিচ্ছি। ডিটারমিনেশন থাকতেই হবে। ডিসিপ্লিন, তোমরা খুব ডিসিপ্লিন না নও কি জানি না, রামকৃষ্ণ মিশন ডিসিপ্লিন। ওকে, এইগুলো থাকতে হবে। আর একটা যেটা এর মধ্যে আমি ঢোকাতে পারিনি ডি বলে, সেটা হচ্ছে কনসিস্টেন্সি। যেটা করছি সেটাকে ছেড়ে দিলে চলবে না। দেন ইউ উইল বি দ্য লিডার। দ্যাট ইজ কল্ড লিডারশিপ থিওরি ইন টুডে সোসাইটি। আ লিডার মাস্ট হ্যাভ ক্রিয়েটিভিটি। সো এইগুলো ফলো করে 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 তুমি যখন এসছো তখন তুমি অলরেডি লিডার বনে গেছো। ইউ আর ইন সুন্দর পিচাই, ইন দ্যাট লেভেল। কী কী থাকতে হবে? ক্রিয়েটিভিটি, অ্যাকাউন্টেবিলিটি, ইন্টিগ্রিটি, মাস্ট বি অ্যান ইনোভেটিভ ম্যান। এই কথাটা আমি স্যারদেরকে একটু পারমিশন নিয়েই বলবো। আমার ইউনিভার্সিটির একটা কাহিনী শোনাই, ইনোভেটিভনেস নিয়ে একটু বলি। লাইব্রেরিতে স্টুডেন্টসদের নিয়ে আসা কঠিন কাজ। আমি জানি না এইখানে কতটা কি, এখানে বোধহয় আসে ওরা, রাইট? ওরা আসবে, ওরা সিরিয়াস সব, কিন্তু বেশিরভাগ লাইব্রেরিতে স্টুডেন্টসদের নিয়ে আসাটা কঠিন কাজ। আমাদের লাইব্রেরি তো অবশ্য খুব কঠিন না, বিকজ আমরা লাইব্রেরিটাকে খুব রং চঙে করেছি, দেখতে সুন্দর করেছি, সেলফি পয়েন্ট মতো আছে। তো এইবার কোনো একটা বছর, সম্ভবত গত বছর, আমি হঠাৎ করে আমার মাথায় হলো, স্যার আপনাদের পারমিশন নিয়ে বলছি, হঠাৎ করে আমার মাথায় হলো যে আমি আমাদের লাইব্রেরিতে ভালোবাসার দিন সেলিব্রেট করব। ট্রাস্ট মি, ইট ইজ 14ই ফেব্রুয়ারি, রাইট? সে বছর ভালোবাসার দিন মানে ওটাকে কি বলে ইংরেজিতে? হ্যাঁ, ভ্যালেন্টাইন্স ডে। ভ্যালেন্টাইন্স ডে সেলিব্রেট করব, এবার ইউনিভার্সিটি লাইব্রেরিতে ভ্যালেন্টাইন্স ডে সেলিব্রেট করা অত কি সহজ কথা? প্রফেসররা সব আমার পিছনে পড়ে গেল। এই লোকটা কি পাগল হয়ে গেল? কোত্থেকে উঠে এসছে? কাকে নিয়ে এসছে এখানে লাইব্রেরিয়ান করে? ভ্যালেন্টাইন ডে করবে মানেটা কি? ওটা পড়াশুনোর জায়গা। আমি বললাম ঠিক আছে, তোমরা আমার পিছনে লেগেছো, লাগো, অসুবিধা নেই। আমার মাথায় আমি আরেকটা বুদ্ধি ফেঁদে রেখেছিলাম তার আগে, সেটা হচ্ছে সরস্বতী পুজো। 14 তারিখ ছিল সরস্বতী পুজো, সে বছর, রাইট? এবার আমাকে সরস্বতী পুজো করতে কে আটকায়? আমি ভিসির কাছে গেলাম, গিয়ে বললাম স্যার সরস্বতী পুজো করব। কেন সরস্বতী পুজো হঠাৎ করে আগে 4 বছর করেননি? না স্যার এবছর করব। হ্যাঁ করুন না। আমি বললাম যে টাকা লাগবে তো। ঠিক এই কনভারসেশন। উনি বললেন কত টাকা? একটু বেশি করে চাইলাম, 20,000। আমি জানি চাইলেই বলবেন দৌড় 20,000 টাকা সরস্বতী পুজো করতে লাগে। উনি বললেন এত টাকা কিসে লাগবে? আমি যা জানতাম তাই বলবেন উনি। আমি বললাম ঠিক আছে 15,000 দিন। 5,000 এক ধাক্কায় কমিয়ে দিলাম। উনি খুশি হলেন, আমিও খুশি হলাম। এবার 15,000 টাকা নিয়ে ট্রাস্ট মি আমি সরস্বতী ঠাকুর কিনলাম, ছোট একটা পুরোহিত আমি অ্যারেঞ্জ করলাম, ফল পাকড়া কিনলাম। বাট যেটা করলাম সেটা হচ্ছে, এটা আমাদের মানে ফেসবুকে গেলে দেখবে প্রচুর ছেলে মেয়ে, মানে কত ছেলে মেয়ে যে পোস্ট করেছিল। পুরো লাইব্রেরিটাকে আমি ওই ভি কালারের, ভি শেপের যে বেলুন আসে, লেল বেলুন, ওই দিয়ে পুরো ভরে দিলাম পুরো লাইব্রেরি। গেট এবং লাল গোলাপ পুরো লাইব্রেরিতে, পুরো লাইব্রেরিতে। তাতে আমাদের লাইব্রেরিতে সেই বিশেষ দিনটাতে এত ছেলে মেয়ের ভিড় হয়েছিল, আনএক্সপেক্টেড। আমি এক্সপেক্ট করেছিলাম অনেক ভিড় হবে, কিন্তু এতটা যে হবে ভাবিনি। সব হলুদ শাড়ি পরে, হলুদ পাঞ্জাবি পরে সব এসছে, ছবি তুলছে, হই হই করছে। আমার সাথে বন্ধুত্ব হয়ে গেল, বই ইস্যু বেড়ে গেল, লাইব্রেরি ভিজিট বেড়ে গেল পর থেকে। সো দিস ইজ অ্যান এক্সাম্পল, ওকে? এবং এটা ক্যালকুলেটিভ এক্সাম্পল এবং রিস্কি এক্সাম্পল। অনেকের এগেনস্টে গিয়ে কাজটা করতে হয়েছে, কিন্তু পরে তারা চুপ হয়ে গেছে, কারণ দেখেছে ছাত্রছাত্রীরা সব তো চলে যাচ্ছে, তাহলে তো এটা বলা যাবে না। সো ওয়ান্স ইউ আর এ লিডার, হ্যাভ দ্যাট, নট দিস কাইন্ড, এনি কাইন্ড অফ ইনোভেশন হুইচ হেল্পস ইয়োর কাস্টমার্স, ইয়োর ফলোয়ার্স, ওকে? So that's what innovation is. You should be a good listener. Listener, শুনতে চেষ্টা, আমাকে যেমন অনেকেই শুনতে চাইছে না, কিন্তু শুনতে হবে। You should be a good listener. আমরা কি করি, 5-7 জন যখন আড্ডা দিচ্ছি, এটা আমাদের নর্মাল ক্যারেক্টার। উল্টো দিকের কে কি বলছে সেটা হয়তো ভালো করে শুনছি না, আমি কি বলবো তার জন্য রেডি হচ্ছি পরের ব্যাপারটাতে। Avoid that character from today if possible. কারণ শুনতে হবে, খুব শোনা দরকার, রাদার বলা, ওকে? দ্যাট ইজ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। ইউ শুড বি এ মোটিভেটর, ইউ শুড বি এ রাইট ডিসিশন মেকার, টেক দ্য রাইট ডিসিশন ইন দ্য রাইট টাইম, অ্যান্ড ইউ আর ইন দ্যাট জাংশন নাও। এর পরের যেটা ডিসিশন নিতে হবে সেটা কিন্তু খুব কঠিন ডিসিশন আসছে সামনে। সো টেক দ্য রাইট ডিসিশন অন দ্য রাইট টাইম। Your parents can hold your hand but cannot put you on the place. That way it is. Your teacher can hold your hand, can advise, but cannot take you to the place. So there we are. 7 Habits of a Successful Man. কে পড়েছে এই বইটা? স্টিফেন কভে, ওকে? উনি বলেছেন বি প্রোঅ্যাক্টিভ, টেক রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ফর ইয়োর ওন লাইফ। এই যে কথাটা বললাম, নিজের জীবনের রেসপন্সিবিলিটিটা কিন্তু নিজেকেই নিতে হবে। নিজের জীবনের রেসপন্সিবিলিটি আমি বলছি, এটা কেউ নিতে পারবে না, নো ওয়ান। আমি আমার হার্টটা কেটে আমার ছেলে মেয়ের জন্য দিয়ে দিতে পারবো, কিন্তু ওর জীবনের রেসপন্সিবিলিটি নিতে পারবো না। তোমাদেরও যারা পেরেন্টস আছেন, যারা ভালো শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা আছেন, তারা তাদের মানে সমস্ত কিছু দিয়ে দেওয়ার জন্য তৈরি থাকবেন, কিন্তু তোমার জীবনের রেসপন্সিবিলিটিটা তোমাকেই নিতে হবে, and then you will be becoming a good leader. Next, begin with the end in mind. যেটা শুরু করছো সেটা শেষ করার মানসিকতা নিয়ে তৈরি হও, শেষ করে ছাড়বো। যাই হোক, যত প্রতিকূলতাই আসুক সরে যাব না, এই মানসিকতা থাকতে হবে। পুট ফার্স্ট থিং ফার্স্ট, এটা বলার অপেক্ষা রাখে না। থিঙ্ক উইন উইন, না বাংলায় এটা আমি দেখি, এটা কেউ অন্যভাবে নেবেন না যারা সিনিয়ররা আছেন, যে আমরা একটু একটু কি বলবো, নেগেটিভ মাইন্ডেড। এখানে যেন আমরা নেগেটিভিটিটাকে বেশি পছন্দ করি দেন পজিটিভিটি। কেন যে আমি বুঝি না। আমি 25-30 বছর বাইরে কাটিয়েছি, বিভিন্ন রাজ্যে কাটিয়েছি, বিভিন্ন দেশে গেছি, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ঘুরেছি, কিন্তু এতটা নেগেটিভিটি আমি খেয়াল করিনি। এখানে ওই জন্য লোকের বোধহয় গ্যাস অম্বল বেশি হয়, এই রোগটা বেশি এর থেকে হয়। তো এই যে নেগেটিভিটি, সেটা উইন উইন সিচুয়েশন না। উইন উইন সিচুয়েশন হতে হলে হোয়াট এভার বি দ্য struggle in life, let us be happy, try to be happy. Again, happiness comes, it is difficult to be happy, really happy হওয়াটা খুব কঠিন, কিন্তু let us try to become a leader. You need to be in win-win situation. Seek first to understand, then to be understood. কত ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা বলে গেছে, এগুলো আমার কথা কিন্তু নয়, স্টিফেন কভের মতো লোক বলেছেন। সিনার্জিস, এটা সবাইকে নিজে চলার কথা। শার্প দ্য শ, এটা বড় ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা, বড় ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা। রেগুলার নিজের জন্য সময় রাখো, নিজেকে ভালোবাসতে শেখো, নিজের জন্য কাজ করো। এই যে কথাটা, এটা আমরা অনেকে ভুলে যাই। নিজের জন্য নিজেকে ভালোবাসা কিন্তু স্বার্থপরতা নয়, নিজেকে ভালোবাসা এগিয়ে যাওয়ার কথা। আমি অনেক সময় বেশি বলে বলছি, 45 মিনিট নিয়েছিল মধ্যে একটু বেশি হয়ে গেল, না শেষের দিকে আছি, লাস্ট। ফেমাস পার্সি সেইং, পার্সিরা না বম্বেতে গেলে দেখবে, বম্বেতে গেলে ওরা কিন্তু অনেক পজিটিভ। পার্সিয়ান যারা, তারা খুব ভালো ভালো কথা বলেছেন। এটা এগেন সেই পার্সিয়ানদের কথা। গুড থিঙ্কিং, গুড টাং, গুড হার্ট, গুড হ্যান্ডস। এবার বলছে, जो सोचता हो वही करता है, जो सोचता है वही करता है, এটা একটা কথা। जो कहता है वही करता है, মুখে এক পেটে এক বলে না, এটা বাংলা কথা অনেক জায়গায় গেলে শোনা যায়, সেটা না। যেটা বলছি সেটা করে দেখাবো, করবো। আরেকটা, এটা লাস্ট, जो उसके दिल में है वही करता है, not your মাথা, your heart should say, এটা করবো না, your heart should say। এগুলো পার্সি কথা, আমার কিন্তু একটাও না। লাস্ট, আমি যে বললাম, শুরুই করেছিলাম জীবনে কোনোদিন বই লিখিনি, পারিনি লিখতে, কি করবো, অক্ষমতা আমার। আমাকে জানতে চেয়েছিলেন এখানকার আমার লাইব্রেরি কলিগ যে আপনি বই লিখেছেন, বললাম না ভাই। তাহলে কি আপনি ডাকবেন আমাকে? বললো হ্যাঁ আসুন, ওই জন্য এসছি। সো বই লিখতে পারিনি, যে বললাম 2 বছর ধরে চেষ্টা করছি একটা ভালো বই লিখবার, ম্যানেজমেন্টের উপরে নিজের মতামতগুলো লিখবার। শেষের দিকে পৌঁছেছি, হয়তো একটা কিছু হয়তো হতে পারে। যাক, আমি যখন পারিনি, যারা পেরেছেন তাদের কথা বলি। শিব খেরার যত বই আছে পড়ে ফেলবে, আমি জানি না লাইব্রেরিতে আছে কিনা, কত আছে, থাকলে। শিব খেরার বইগুলো প্রচণ্ড ইন্সপিরেশন দেয়, প্রচণ্ড ইন্সপিরেশনাল বুক। তার একটা আমি এখানে লিখেছি, ইউ ক্যান অ্যাচিভ মোর, যেটা ভাবছো তার থেকে অনেক বেশি হয়তো অ্যাচিভ করতে পারো। সো বি প্রিপেয়ার্ড ফর দ্যাট। এই বইটা কে কে পড়েছো? আমি অ্যাটলিস্ট দেখতে চাই 10টা হাত। হু মুভড মাই চিজ? হে, যদি এই বইটা লাইব্রেরিতে না থাকে, আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করবো প্লিজ বইটা কিনুন, ডিসপ্লে করুন। হু মুভড মাই চিজ ইজ এ লাইফ চেঞ্জিং বুক। হু মুভড মাই চিজ ইজ এ লাইফ চেঞ্জিং বুক। এটা আপনাদের লাইফ চেঞ্জ করে দেবে, আমি গ্যারেন্টি দিয়ে বলে যাচ্ছি। এটা পড়লে পরে মাথা অন্যদিকে ঘুরিয়ে দেয়, এমন একটা বই। কিভাবে সিচুয়েশনকে আয়ত্তে নিয়ে নিজেকে চেঞ্জ করে উপরে যাওয়া যায়, এটা হচ্ছে সেই বই। খুব চটি বই, 80-90 পাতার একটা বই, 1-2 ঘন্টায় শেষ হয়ে যায়। বাট প্লিজ 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 রিড দিস বুক। আমি হয়তো বললে খুব খুশি হতাম, রিটেন বাই সুশান্ত ব্যানার্জি, তা তো হয় না। এটা অন্য কেউ একজন লিখেছেন। বইটা আমি যতবার পড়ি ততবার অভিভূত হয়ে যাই। মানে কতবার যে পড়েছি, আমার লাইব্রেরিতে গোটা 10-15 কপি রেখে দিয়েছি এবং সবাই পড়ছেন এখন, আমি এই প্রচার করে বেড়াই এই বইটা সম্বন্ধে। খুব মুভড মাই চিজ, এই বইটা পড়তেই হবে, পড়তেই হবে। তারপরে এটা হচ্ছে 7 হ্যাবিটস অফ হাইলি সাকসেসফুল পিপল, যেটা নিয়ে এতক্ষণ কথা বলছিলাম, স্টিফেন কভে। এই আরেকটা বই যেটা পড়তে হবে। ইউ ক্যান উইন একটা বই আছে, দীপক চোপড়া, আনাদার রাইটার, খুব ইন্সপিরেশন দেয়। কেউ কেউ বলে দূর দীপক চোপড়া রাইটার হলো, আমি বলবো আমার তো খুব ভালো লাগে পড়তে। রাইটার হলো আবার কত সুন্দর লিখছে দীপক চোপড়া। সো দীপক চোপড়ার বই আমি বলে যাব, শিব খেরার বই। আর এই ভদ্রলোকের নাম হচ্ছে, এতবার মনে রাখতে চেষ্টা করি, স্পেন্সার জনসন। এর বইটা প্লিজ প্লিজ রিড। আমি লিখিনি তো কি হয়েছে, কেউ তো লিখেছে, ওর বইটা পড়তে হবে। এই বইটা পড়ুন। অ্যান্ড আই উইশ all success to this bright audience. I always feel happy to come here and share my thoughts. I'm sure that কিছু কিছু কথা বললাম যেগুলো খুব বেশি এডুকেশনাল শোনায় না, তাই না? খুব বেশি হাই থিঙ্কিং শোনায় না। খুব বেশি হাই থিঙ্কিং কথাবার্তা তো বলতে পারবো না, কারণ আমি খুব বেশি হাই থিঙ্কার তো নই। সো with all the best wishes to your next career, I would like to see Sundar Pichai, I don't know, একটা নাম বারবার বলে গেলাম, আরো যারা আছে, অনেকে আছে আমাদের এখন ভারতের অনেক সাকসেসফুল লিডার আছে, a leader of like that. Any question if you have? If not, thank you very much. If you have something?
Very inspiring talk, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk, 1 minute, sir. Question, any question, doubt and clarification? No?
Please,
Yeah.
ma'am. বলুন।
স্যার,
হ্যাঁ,
আপনি যে বললেন যে আমাদের ফিল্ডটাতে নেগেটিভিটি এখন খুব ছেয়ে আছে, এটা সত্যি কথাই। মুখ দেখে এখন সব কিছু হচ্ছে। তো এইখান থেকে আমরা কি করে নিজেকে সেভ করে নিজেদের মোটিভেটেড লাইনে যাব? সব দিক থেকে ডিমোটিভেট হয়ে যাচ্ছি, যেখানে যাচ্ছি ওখানে পেয়ে যাচ্ছে মুখ দেখে, এখানে পেয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো এইখান থেকে নিজেকে সেভ রেখে কি করে নিজের মোটিভেটেড গোলে যেতে?
ওই যে দক্ষতা বাড়াতে হবে, একটাই কথা। if you are eligible in your field, আমি জানি না আপনি কি টিচার?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, শ্রাবস্তি,
আচ্ছা,
MLS NSU ফ্রম NSU। আপনার সেমিনারেও গেছিলাম।
সরি শ্রাবস্তি, আমি মানে বুড়ো হয়ে গেছি, চুল পেকে গেছে, মনে রাখতে পারি না। হ্যাঁ, ওটা আপনার ফিল্ডে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করতে হবে, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য অনলি থিং। ওই যে বললাম, ক্রিটিসিজম ইজ এ মাস্ট, এইটাকে অ্যাকসেপ্ট করে নিয়ে এগিয়ে যেতে হবে। কত লোক ক্রিটিসাইজ করবে, ওয়ান্স ইউ আর পপুলার দেখবেন আরো বেশি সমস্যার সাথে দাঁড়াচ্ছে। Popularity gives you lot of good friends and enemies. So that way, fight, give a fight and give back. আমি বলি give back. যদি আমি আমার ফিল্ডে সত্যি সত্যি সাকসেসফুল লোক হই, আমার কাউকে ভয় পাওয়ার কারণ নেই। চাকরি আমার পেছনে যাবে, আমি চাকরির পেছনে যাব না, সোজা কথা।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Okay, thank you. So we call it a session now. Acha, we are going to take a group pic now. Okay. So the problem is the group is very huge. So one option is on the rooftop. We can go take a picture and come back. So, but for that, you have to promise that you will go there and don't waste time. We take pic and please come back quietly. Huh? So let's go to the rooftop, and we will come back.
ওনার সঙ্গে কথা বলে নিই এখন ওখানটা অফ করে দেবো ওনাকে আমাকে রেখে করে নিতে এই তোমার এই সাউন্ড দেওয়া আছে আছেন আমরা তুমি তো অনলাইন আছেন হ্যালো স্টুডেন্টস একটু একটু চুপ প্লিজ কিপ কোয়াইট প্লিজ আস্তে 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 our fourth session theme is computer science. For that the speaker is Dr. Omlan Chakraborty. He can't come today physically. He has some but he is online with us. So he will be delivering his talk online. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, just hold on. Just hold on. I think, where is that? Just hold on. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, could you please share your PPT? You are going to use some PPT or?
I will going to use some. Just give,
Yes, sir. You do
give
this.
me.
By that time, we are going to introduce you to the audience. So now I like to invite Dr. Robi Kumar there to introduce the speaker to the audience. Then we will go.
start, yeah. From the
Thank you. Now, our speaker is Professor Amlan Chakraborty, sir. Due to a medical emergency, he couldn't come here, present here. Professor Amlan Chakraborty, he is the professor and director of the A.K. Chaudhary School of Information Technology at the University of Calcutta and adjunct professor of IIIT Delhi. With nearly 2 decades of experience in engineering education and research, Professor Chakraborty is a distinguished academician who has contributed extensively to areas such as machine learning, computer vision, VLSI CAD, cyber physical system, and quantum computing. A recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the DST Boycast Fellowship, INSA Visiting Faculty Fellowship, JSPS Invitation Award, and many more. He has visited the University of Cambridge and Shiksha Ratna Award by the Government of West Bengal. He is also a fellow of the West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology and COMSIS. He has guided over 24 PhD scholars, published more than 200 research papers, and holds several patents. Professor Chakraborty is also a member of the technical expert group of India's National Quantum Mission. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Now I request Professor Amlan Chakraborty, sir, to start his speech. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so thank you. Sorry. I'm going through a very very brisk schedule actually. Classes and you know that my father and my also some of the senior members of my family is having a medical emergency, and so so today also that means I have to just finish this lecture and to go for the checkup of my father. Okay, sorry I couldn't come to your college and to meet all of you. Right, it's a fantastic institute you have, and I love to be there always. With the respected, So okay. So this particular talk, what I got the suggestion that that I should speak about. About a book for the research staff here, faculty members here, with that I don't know it all. Screen this estimate, and is my screen okay? No. I hope it's visible, right? Yeah, is my screen visible? I can't hear from anyone. I just want to know. Visible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's visible. Okay, fine. So, okay, so this is the book, okay, which has come out, I think early previous year, 2024. And for the students and the faculty members, I don't know that whether you have this book with you, right? I should have said that you should have this book with all of you and added my lecture. Okay, that's a joke, but yeah, this book is doing very good actually. AI for everyone. The motivation of the book, I will tell you, that's also a story. The story was that, as you know, that I am the chairman of the undergraduate board of studies in computer science in our university. And you know the NEP program, right? NEP program, our university started from last year, I think 2024, maybe 2023. Sorry, if I am correct, 2023. Okay, and then there is a guideline in the in that be taken for, okay, as best as possible, particular any that core domains of science, but artificial intelligence. Then we have to, then the challenge for us something on AI, but which is not purely for the students from computer science or allied disciplines, rather the students who are from who are from language and literature, who are from social science, and many more. Okay, so we try to find that what is there, what we should actually plan here, because in a true sense, AI entirely doesn't mean computer science. Okay, AI is a tool. Okay, right, and that requires intelligence to understand the things in a domain, or to understand which is good or which is bad, what to do, what not to do, right? You require enough intelligence to do that, and artificial intelligence actually does that in an artificial engine. Artificial engine has to understand, has to tell, instead of a very good part in art. When it comes to the domain, it's for everyone. Because AI can do the same what the prediction in the forecasting for stock, the AI can do the same what for an environmentalist. Okay, AI can tell that, hey, what will be the pollution? What will be the pollution in the next month, right? Based on some data, based on the previous data of pollution, based on the current atmospheric condition, it will try to the model. The model is built, which can predict. Similarly, it can do energy forecasting. We did a lot of work on energy forecasting. Okay, so you see that, and similarly for the drugs design, similarly for the detection of the cancer. Okay, predicting whether the cell will, predicting whether a cell will be getting into a cancerous cell, or it will work like a good cell. Okay, so these are the things where we thought, and that's not only we thought, right? It's a societal thought, is that, hey, AI is for everyone. Every domain should know the use, the good use. Obviously, when we say use of AI, like every technology we use, right, we have to do the good use of that, right? Any technology, be it AI or any technology, can be used for very wrong purpose, but it's not that for which we should vouch for. We should vouch for AI, which is for everyone. We should vouch for, in everyone means every domain, and everyone in our sense that every learned student in any discipline should actually understand that how to use AI in his or her discipline. And that was the motivation of the book, which is called AI for Everyone. There's a lot of thought process gone into that. What is the title of the book? Okay, and then we saw that it's a more democratized title. democratizing artificial intelligence education, which was our vision. Okay, and again, you see Pearson supported us, right? And my two good students who are good on their own ways. Okay, Dr. Shaptoshi and Dr. Amit and myself, we started writing the book, and we were very happy to ending the book. It took around 6 months, I think, to write this book. Okay, and it came out with Pearson, very good webinar, and we are very happy that this book is doing very good in the market. Students are accepting this, teachers are putting it into their syllabus of the various disciplines where AI is being taught in some level apart from science. Okay, so let's go ahead. So the focus was that. Sorry, I'm taking a little bit of biscuits and tea because I just finished the class. I was feeling a little bit to make me energized. Okay, so sorry for this. Okay, so let's move on now. So AI should move beyond specialists. Specialists have a great role in AI, undoubtedly, right? Specialists in computer science, in engineering, right, will build the AI models. Okay, we'll try to make the AI models better and better. Okay, right, in terms of its accuracy, in terms of its other properties like biasness, transparency, efficiency, okay, the explainability. But again, having said so, usability of the models, usability of the AI applications is the scope of the experts in the different domains. Might not be AI specialists, but who are very much AI users, very good AI users. Okay, so in the today's digital world, we cannot stop AI. There are a lot of discussions. I participate in AI discussions maybe in each 2 days. Okay, and there are discussions that whether AI is good, AI is bad, and whether we take AI, whether we adopt AI. Right? My take is pretty clear here that means it is not that whether we take AI or not take AI. But other the things is that we take AI and it use AI for the good of the society, for the benefit of the society. So adopt AI to reduce our actions, okay, which can be automatically handled by AI. And let's humans, we are super intelligent. Let's try to focus on some of the problems, some of the very, very complex problems, okay, which requires further more attention than something we are doing now today. Okay, so to make people involved, so the other part was the inclusivity of AI. The other part of AI was that means how we can do the inclusivity of AI, right? And that obviously takes care of this particular thing, that accessibility, AI accessibility. Okay, that means if you don't have the fundamental understanding that how I will use AI, right, you will be very shaky to actually come close to AI, right? Many of the things we know, right? I'm afraid of something, right? Right, because I haven't, that nobody has helped me to work with it. So I'm afraid with that, and so I never use that, right? And so I lose out. That shouldn't be for AI, right? You might not have developed, you might not have developing AI, you might not have been taught AI, but can we have a sort of knowledge source where we can find the AI in a very lucid way, very easy way, and we can take it onwards, okay? Because there is no, that means because we have to accept that in the present digital world, data-driven decisions are essential. Make it more specific, and if you look into the business, okay, we know that how much heavily it is used in business to take the decisions and generating a very good business outcomes. Okay, so if you look into the business leaders, okay, 85% of the business leaders, maybe 90 by this was done maybe 6 months ago. Sorry again. So maybe now it is 90%. Okay. Okay, 90% of the business leaders feels that AI will transform industry, and who not? Right? You take the all top leaders: Google, Microsoft, AWS, Meta, Tesla, Infosys, TCS, HCL, right? Right. That means I work many of the Indian companies, LTI, Mindtree. Okay. All of them believe that they have to build more and more teams in AI. Now, what is the thing? That means the next part is the AI adoption. AI adoption is basically not building AI. AI adoption is that, okay, in a government, I was recently in Germany in July, mid-July. This was it was a team from Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of IT combined, where I was one of the member of the team, and we were in Berlin to discuss with a German, again a very strong team from Germany, to discuss about the plans of Indo-German collaboration, which has started and which will go on maybe for a few years, on the metrics of AI. Why metrics of AI has been chosen? Because AI needs to be used. When AI is used, you need the proportion or the measures of AI. Right? Suppose you go to a market and you have to prepare that means I've just used a Bengali. Okay, prepare aloo dum today. Okay, so if you are preparing aloo dum for 10 of your friends, right? You require maybe I'm not a very good expert in cooking, but maybe you will require 2 kgs of potatoes. Okay, I'm just guessing. Okay. But if you are doing okay, doing a curry for your home, maybe 3 or 4 people, you will not require 2 kgs of potatoes, right? You will maybe require 500 grams of potatoes. That will be fine. Okay. So the thing is that the metrics gives you the proportion or the measure of the different parameters of a tangible object or a tangible substance or a tangible work process like AI. Okay. By which you know that whether it fits your requirement. Unless you have a metric, you cannot know that how it fits to your requirement. Your requirement may be small, your requirement may be large. Okay, right? Your requirement is defined by the kgs of potato I require to make my food today. Okay, right? It may be 500 grams, it may be 2 kgs, depending on the requirement. Similarly, depending on the requirement of AI in my application process, what are the metrics I will focus upon? So this requires the knowledge of adoption of AI. Okay, and this adoption of AI requires that if you need to be an AI developer to understand that what quanta of AI you require. You need to know the influence of AI in your domain to understand what quanta of AI you require, and that's most important. Okay, so that skill you require to understand that what is the requirement of AI, where you require AI, what proportion you require AI, what quantity in terms of the various, though the metrics of AI is still not very fixed. Okay, but hope it will be done very soon. Okay, so this will take you to this will take you to overcome of bottlenecks across various sectors, utilization of AI over various sectors. It will generate a lot of economic impact, AI-driven solutions, AI-supported solutions in various domains will obviously help our economy to grow, to come out with solving more problems of the common persons, and will generate a lot of products which can be taken care of. right? And it will be an equitable development, okay? AI development not only to a very, very learned community who can tell we are AI expert, but AI also gets into the people who are a believer of AI and who are a user of AI and doing the things through AI, okay? So what we tried to focus is that that means as AI was started as a very high level technology, if you try to remember that we at University of Calcutta, we did masters and we learned a bit of not AI, it was called that for expert systems in our master's lecture, okay? Master lectures course. So AI was thought as a very, very, very high impact topic of discussion, high impact technology. But when we wrote this book, right, we thought that this perception should be the perception of the readers to our book should be that anyone who has some understanding of the domain can get into our book. Okay, right, and that was the focus, okay, of our book. So we tried to make the technical complexity lucid. We tried to make the less use of very high technical jargon. The mathematical prerequisites are required, but it should be explained in a way that actually can address a very basic learner. And that was the focus of our book, AI for Everyone. So if we look into that, we have tried to make this book do away with certain obstacles. Okay, so you can get into the book without any first level of AI course. You can get into this book without an industrial expertise. You can get into the book with a very small amount of previous understanding of the domain. Okay, and that was our motivation, that okay, making as I said, and it was the guideline of the new education policy, right, of the higher education government of India, right? So universal AI literacy, inclusive design, don't actually design this book only for specialized peoples, specialized students and all, and also give a lot of focus to the applications, because there the users connect. Users connect with the technology through applications, right? If you go to a movie maker, right? If you try to tell that, hey, a movie maker, AI starts like a neural network. It is something like a weight multiplied by, okay, he will not understand, right? What I'm talking, right? Right? I'm talking some deep functional components, but what is required is that, okay, how these functional components map to the problems in the specific domains of activity. And that is the application focus we try to incorporate in this book, okay? So if we look into this book, this AI for everyone, okay, obviously AI knowledge accessible, that's the focus for the word everyone. The word everyone was very highlighted in our book because we wanted to be accessible, okay, to all, okay? It's a humble attempt to introduce all learners to AI, where whatever is the learner basics and background, obviously that means if you have already gone through, you will know what we have done. If you haven't gone through this, okay, that means my suggestion will be please get a copy of this book. That is it's a very, very cheap book, because this book we haven't wrote for any of our motivation that we will make money out of this book. No, neither. This book is the cheapest book I think available on AI till date in India. Okay, that means at least a textbook for AI in India. The motivation was just to educate all of us with our okay, with our thought process, and so that it's a democratic understanding of AI, okay, breaking the barriers, okay, okay, a lot of implementations where different domain experts and industries can come, and there is an academic alignment of the book, as we say, to the NAP. All the content of the book, we have a lot of this. That means the suggestive questions, suggestive things, which is as per the evaluation standards and as per the content standards of national education policy. Okay. Simple English. Okay, it's not a very fast moving, a fast high paced. Okay, it's stepwise learning, applications, hands on. This is very important, right? People, ultimately AI, you have to do it on your own, right? Because I don't know what is your data, right? If you tell me, I can guide you that, hey, this is AI, but when you are in a domain, right, you know what is your data. You have to know that what are the basic steps I have to work with on my data if I have to develop some AI based on my data, based on my domain, right? So there is some sort of hands-on, very lucid way. Python, which is now a universal language in the domain of AI, right, is being there. Okay, there's a lot of questions are there, a lot of academic industry balance is there, which is it's a blended of fundamental knowledge and practical applications. Okay, and if you look into this book, right, the executive partner of IBM, okay, that means our good friend Sanjay Gotakuta, he has given a very good okay, very good touch to our book. Okay, he has reviewed the book and has given very good okay, feedback, right? So that and these very good words, okay, which actually clearly specifies that what we have done in this book. Okay, it is full AI pipeline. It's not that we haven't, though we have made it lucid. It's not that we have been half-hearted. Okay, it's a full AI. You will get, if you go through this book, you will get a full view of orientation of AI, all from the basics to the present stages of AI, present models of AI. Ethical AI framework has been covered. This is very important. Ethical, because I'm saying that that means in the application domain, it is more required that we understand what is ethical AI. Because if we just make application of AI blindfolded, it will be of a very mess. Okay, what does ethical AI means? Ethical AI means that whatever AI applications we are building, it shouldn't be biased. It shouldn't be biased for a particular community. It shouldn't be biased for a particular ethnic group. It shouldn't be biased for a particular economic group, right? It shouldn't be biased for a particular demographic group. Okay, so this biasness should be taken away. And also, there are certain legal and laws of the land which needs to be obeyed and needs to be taken care of in this particular thing. Okay, and there is something that it should be explainable why the result has done this, right? Because that can be addressed if we can have a smooth understanding that how this conclusion has emerged. Okay, and we have also taken care of some very good emerging trends like Gen AI. Okay, what are the generative AI, right? How it works out and what is different from the domain of discriminative AI, which is more common, right? And try to look into what are the things we can build further on those generative AI technologies and other transformative technologies. Okay? So I think fundamentally, if we look into this, okay, that means it's very good to go ahead for the students who just want to get into some industry positions which requires an AI background, get the fundamental knowledge clear from our book, and also get to go to the applications what is given in the book. Try some of them, right? Represent yourself that you have used AI, right? And you can use AI in your domain. Okay. So I think, okay, I am almost end to my lecture. Okay, what we have done with this particular book, okay, right, it is basically we have focused on educate the people democratically educate the people, all people, AI for everyone, okay, bridge the knowledge gap in AI, and to take them that how to understand AI in their domains and how to take the best use of AI. We have actually tried to motivate that how AI can be used, and we can build suitable partnerships between academia, industry, and policymakers, because AI development of AI is research, application of AI, as well as development. Obviously, you cannot tell that Google, AWS, Microsoft, Meta, they are not developing it. They are also developing AI. They are also doing research on AI. But there are other industries which are not AI industries, but industries of manufacturing, industries like automobiles, industries like power sectors, industries like finance, industries, chemical and drug designs, right? They are using AI heavily, which is basically AI for industry. And AI for policymakers, because AI is driving the way the government should plan for the society or for the people of the country, be for their financial upliftment, be for their education upliftment, be for their industry support, be for their financial help. So all these things requires a data-driven approach of the large citizens, and citizen-centric and citizen-focused approach, right? Policymakers, will use AI. So we will try to, this book, knowledge coming from this book will enable, we hope, all these sectors driving the AI, and will make a lot of probable collaborations between them, okay? And we are building the AI workforce, AI literacy. So AI literacy is very important now, right? Because we all have to say that means we know that how to use AI in our domain. That is called AI literacy. And that all these targets are fulfilled by our book, AI for Everyone. And it is for educators, it's for professionals, it's for academic institutions, right? And for students, okay? So I think I should stop here, and that's all from my side. I just tried to again repeat that this book you will get in Pearson, and we will be obviously that getting the next version of the book maybe within a couple of years, okay? And with yeah.
Any question, any doubt? There is no question, but sir, your talk was inspiring and enlightened all of us, and especially from the organization side, I express my gratitude towards you in spite of your busy schedule and crisis in the family. Then you give your time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all, and obviously I will come physically soon and meet you all of you, okay? But if there is any questions, you can send me through mail and I will answer, okay? We'll send the PT to you, right? This mail, so that you can circulate it to the audience also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm taking a leave. All of you. Okay?
Now we will go for lunch, but please be seated. I request all the registered participants who has lunch coupon, so they please go from the front door and go to the rooftop. And today we have a little shorter time for lunch break. We have to come back by 2:30 in this hall. We'll start the next session. And who doesn't have registration, the participant, please go from the back side, and we have some snacks for you. Okay.
eighth session, technical eighth session. Theme is mathematics. So for that, we have Dr. S. Purnaswamy sir with us. So I request sir to come on the dais. Take your seat, please. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to felicitate our speaker. Now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to introduce the speaker to the audience.
A very good afternoon. Professor S. Purnaswamy, distinguished mathematician and chair professor in the Department of Mathematics at IIT Madras. He earned his PhD in mathematics from IIT Kanpur and is internationally recognized for his outstanding contributions to the geometric theory of functions and complex analysis. Over his illustrious career, Professor Purnaswamy has held prestigious visiting positions and delivered invited lectures at leading universities and research centers across more than 20 countries, including institutions in Finland, Russia, China, the USA, France, Japan, and Australia. He is the recipient of several notable honors, including the Tamil Nadu Scientist Award, the C.L. Chandana Mathematics Award, and elected as a Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. Professor Purnaswamy has also served as President of the Ramanujan Mathematical Society and continues to play a leading role in advancing mathematical research worldwide. With an inspiring blend of scholarship, leadership, and global engagement, he remains a guiding force for mathematical community. Now I request Professor S. Purnaswamy sir to deliver his valuable lecture, sir. Actually, we are waiting to hear from you, sir. Sir, please.
Yeah, so good evening to one and all. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I do not know whether I'm a right person to talk in this kind of a seminar. Mathematically, generally I speak in mathematical seminar, but this looks like a more general. But still, last night when I was after I left, I thought I should prepare something, because initially I thought I'll just speak here, but then I realized I need to prepare some slides at least. So thankfully in the flight and also coming after arriving here, I had some time to quickly prepare some pages. It's not really mathematics, okay, but however I will share my experiences for writing a couple of books, okay, at least 4 or 5. Okay, Yes, okay, as I started, say greetings to all of you. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me for this nice library book review by prominent authors. But I do not know whether I'm really a prominent author, but at least I know that students like me very much, so that I keep in my mind. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, so my book is also popular in Europe. At least that book is not popular in India because it's international edition. The student editions were not available for a couple of books. Okay, anyhow, so yes, so let me briefly say about writing mathematics books. Okay, the most important reason to write a book or articles is to share your ideas and stories. When I say share your ideas, it means through which you intend to write a book. Okay, so in that sense, I'll share something with you. And then the second important point is that you have a message that others need to hear. For example, when you are a student, you struggle on something, but you expect that others should not struggle, so you intend to do something for the society. So that's what the second message I think writing a mathematics books one requires. So third point is that you develop unique insight into your field that will help other people. So when I say you develop unique insight means for a given problem, you have to look at the object differently. When I say differently, it should motivate. It should give you some ideas why one should prepare such a problem, why one should create such an exercise, why one should create several types of solutions for a given problem. All that is a kind of insight. That's a unique way of developing a book. Okay. In other words, if it matters to me, then I think it's also matter to others. So that means when I struggle, others also struggle, I see that it is a struggle. Okay. So especially when you also share your experiences. Yeah, so the book one actually writes is better than one's dream of writing. Of course, everybody will have a dream to write a book, or write an excellent article, write to be a well-known author, write to be an award-winning author, or best-selling author. All that is a dream. But whether I did not, as a writer, when I started writing a book, did I have such a dream? Never. It was mere coincidence. I will explain at some point. Okay. So writing a book made the author to understand concepts better than before, etc. So when I say this one, when I started writing a book, really I should say that not started writing a book. When I wanted to learn a subject, first of all I tried to prepare myself, clear myself the concepts, and then try to develop that concepts to create more problems, and then develop a skill to use that kind of skill for my research. So this was just a casual development I just initiated myself during my PhD time. Even that time also I never thought that I would write a book. Okay. So writing a mathematics book provides a structural learning path. It offers a diverse problem solving approaches, and also it can make mathematics more accessible and more engaging. So in addition to this, it enhances communication. You can enhance your communication. Your understanding lead to a good communication. So therefore, conceptually you need to understand, then you try to communicate that through various methods. Okay. And then of course, one critically thinks about. So when I say critical thinking, when you are looking at a statement of a theorem, what I usually think, what is the assumption? How many points are there in the assumption? Assumption 1, 2, 3, 4. Then there is a conclusion. So we must understand where one stands, where one should reach. So you must know where you are. You must know where you should. So where you are is your assumption. If one is dropped, what happens to your conclusion? So this point you have to make it very clear. In mathematics, there are many assumptions, and then you conclude. Whether these assumptions are valid or not, that also one has to look at. I have seen many papers, they assume so many things, they conclude. These assumptions lead to empty set. Of course, empty set is always, more often empty set gives conclusion for most of the things. So, but we don't work on empty set. So the assumption should be meaningful. Yeah. Well, so why should one write a book? Is it just because it will be hard to write a book? Not really. Is it just because it will humble you? It's beyond that. Okay. It's beyond that. Maybe it differs from one author to other authors. Yes. Okay. So now let's look at the classification of mathematics books. Of course, general books, subject oriented. So books from general category can further be classified in many ways. For example, historical oriented, foundation oriented, entertainment oriented. So entertainment oriented math books actually involves puzzles, simple problem solvings, that creates some kind of motivation for young kids. You multiply 25 by 25, so how do you multiply? There are some easy ways of, those olden days mathematics, like 3 into 2, 6, 5 into 5 square is 25, 6, 25. So some such thing. 35 square, we write 3 into 4, 12, then 25, 5 square, 25. So some simple things to inspire young minds. Okay, that's more entertainment oriented, puzzles also. Anyhow, so a good mathematics text be a good reference source, which means, of course, it's very clear. If you have a book, that book should be used as a resource book when you go for further studies. Okay. Well, mathematics can be very effective tool for overcoming barriers that block communications. Yeah. Okay. So now let me go a little briefly about general book writing ideas. So mathematics is like a big tree in which each branch represents a subject. So subject books can also be broadly classified into textbooks or advanced book. So textbook to whom, advanced book to whom, and which way one thinks about writing such books. Of course, there are many books written in each of the above categories, so I'll pinpoint some from my own ways of looking at writing textbooks and advanced books. So then question is, what characteristic make a book into a good book? So for me, a good book should contain mistakes, but the mistakes should inspire. When a student looks at the mistake and he corrects, he thinks, oh, he has corrected the mistake. Not that. That mistake should lead to think about something. So more often people prove a theorem wrongly, and then the correct proof, it's not just correcting the proof. Not only correcting the proof, the correct proof will enhance your idea to put your frames in a more general setup. That will lead to further research in that line. So making a mistake, a good book should contain mistake, but the mistake should inspire. and the inspiration might lead to further development of the subject, or it will enhance your understanding of the subject. Okay? So therefore, if a book contains mistake, don't say it's a mistake. That means you also into the right track to finding a mistake, and not just by correcting them you become good, but by enhancing your ideas to correct the mistake, to develop further ideas into the problem. Okay, so a good book must be like a good tour guide, okay, showing some beautiful places and explaining importance of those places. When I say this, that means a good book should lead to look for several other applications of the same object. So that's what I mean to show beautiful places. Beautiful places mean beautiful theorems from different branches of mathematics. Okay. And explaining importance of those places is a skill. That's an important skill developing a good book. Okay, so that tourists in that tour benefit and experience the worthiness of that tour, that working with that such a book. Right. So writing a book is like telling a story. Sometimes Alfred's style of writing a book is very good. He starts with the concepts, end up with the conclusion. So he starts with, end up with the conclusion. That's one way of writing. Then pictorially explain a little bit, then end up with a statement, then prove. The picture explains statement. So for example, if you have the general geometric series, everybody knows 1 plus x, x squared, etc., x power n, etc. This leads to 1 by 1 minus x, we write. That means geometric series converts to 1 by 1 minus x. Olden time, this problem was not in this version. 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2 square, 1 plus 2 cube, etc. Then they ask for infinite sum. What is its sum? So they wanted to think intuitively how this sum, and such a problem provides how to define the concept of convergence of power series. So those days, more than the abstract thinking, they look at geometrically. So 1. So first you think of 1, he travels a distance 1 kilometer. Then second step, what happened? Half a kilometer. You add half, then instead of going further, you backward, half. Then next is what? The remaining is also half. You travel half of the half, that means 1/4, 1 by 2 square. So the remaining half you take half a distance. So next step is remaining of half a distance, remaining of half a distance. At the end you will see intuitively very clear, you will not cross more than 2. 1, half, half of the half, half of the half, half of the rest of, half of the remaining half. So you will reach 1 plus 1, 2. So intuitively this geometric series provides, oh, this is the way convergence of a series should be. Okay, this is what, looking at the length. Then I can think about in terms of areas. Okay, I have a square, unit square, area is 1. Okay, next step is I have to add 1 half. So therefore here is a 1 unit square, half of that, put the half of that on the side. Remaining area is upper, you think of 2, another 1/4. Okay, 1 by 2, then you add that 1. So at the end, what will happen? By filling area of this kind, 1 area of a square, then half of that area you attach, then another half, 1/4 attach at the top, then you do this way. So finally you end up with, you will, at infinite stage, you will not have more than area of a rectangle with sides and length 2. So that means 2. So it's expected. So this is the rough intuition that created this geometric intuition to an abstract definition of convergence of a series. Same way, Pythagoras theorem, when you look at it in the student level, how it motivates the problem. You have a right angle triangle, you have a square up there, square on both sides, then sum of the area of the square on the hypotenuse is sum of these two. The area of the square and the hypotenuse is sum of these two. So next question is, why we should take only square? Why not a semicircle with the diameter as this hypotenuse? Why not a semicircle at the other two sides? Then these two areas should be same as that? Yes, it is indeed. Then you will ask next question, why should we take only circle? Why don't you put a triangle there, triangle here also once again? Whether the areas are same? Yes. Which triangle you should put? Isosceles triangle? A triangle with the same side? Okay, why should you take only triangle? Why not hexagon? The answer is yes in each case. So it gives you same simple problem about Pythagoras theorem. It relates to area of sum of two areas with the areas of the hypotenuse. So these areas can be attached with any kind of figure. So what kind of other shapes you can add? Semicircle, both sides, hexagon, pentagon, but with the same side. So that gives you. So therefore, a problem when you make geometrically or intuitively, you should create ideas, avenues for more to think. So yeah, okay. So writing a book is like telling a story. So this is what I mean, telling a story about a problem. For example, the simplest way I put that thing. But every problem you can put it in that way. So that's where the geometry is very important. Okay. So first, the story should contain an important theme. Next, the way in which we present the story is more important than the story itself. Fermat's last theorem. They make the statement, he simply says that there is no space to write a proof. It simply says there is no space to write a book, write a proof. So that becomes very popular. As long as the problem is unsolved, as long as the problem is attractive for people, as long as the problem generates new ideas, it remains very good. So the Fermat's last theorem created lot of theories. Lot of theories. Same way in complex analysis, this morning also this I said, D branches theorem. Bieberbach, when he stated this conjecture, he put it as a footnote. In the footnote, he proved the Taylor coefficient A2 is bounded by 2 for univalent power series in the unit disk. A2 is less than or equal to 2. Then intuitively he could find a power series whose second term is 2 and whose sum is z by 1 minus the whole square. That's your Kobe function, and whose general coefficient is n. When n equal to 2, he writes, perhaps in the footnote he writes, perhaps an less than or equal to n is true. This is a very simple statement. He did not make even elaborately as a open problem, but this problem as a footnote took 70 years to get a solution, but during the 70 years it inspired whole of function theorists in the world, and it creates different areas of mathematics. So this is what we present the story in a more important than the story itself. It keeps the audience interested on the topic. So that's what the footnote. Okay, good. Okay, so this every author would like to see his book be a very good book. Did I had this dream when I wrote the book? Really not. Okay. So when I first wrote, when I was in CMI, not in CMI, Chennai Mathematical Institute, yes, CMI. That time it was Pick Science Foundation, that's why I changed. I was selected for doing postdoctoral work and then fellow of the institute. One professor, R. Rangachari, he listened to my lecture in a conference in 1990, which was organized by the University of Madras. Somehow Rangachari found that in India there are no good books. There are no, he could not find anybody who can write a decent book on complex analysis. Why don't you do that? I said, my language is poor, my English is poor, my knowledge is not enough to write a book, so therefore I cannot. Then he was running after me again. No, no, you write one chapter and show it to me and then I will tell you. Okay, so I was somehow forced. I was a postdoc. Postdoctoral student would like to do research, right? Would not like to spend time on writing a book. So then I wrote one chapter and gave it to him. Oh, no, 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 you should continue to write. If there are any typos or correction, I will do that. Okay, then that book was actually started in that way. It was not really my intention to write a book. So therefore, I wrote that book in a time 2 years. I typed myself. In fact, all my books were typed by myself by using LaTeX. So LaTeX was first introduced that time. Nobody knew LaTeX during that time. I was the one who introduced the LaTeX in IIT Madras. First by my master students started typing master thesis in LaTeX. Then through her, everybody else learned LaTeX. So each time, you know, I get, okay, we introduce to the students, good. The students got motivated and got into that thing. So that's the way I wrote my complex variable book. But in a short span of time, that book got a best-selling author award. So that actually motivated. So I'm grateful to Professor M.S. Rangachari, who was instrumental in a way to making me to write the first book. Okay, good. Right. Yeah, okay. So author's main aim, author should aim at focusing on important features for his book, which will distinguish his book from existing books on that subject. So when I planned my book, what I did, I looked at some of the questions that are being asked, for example, National Board Higher Mathematics exams. Those days GATE was just introduced. Then I looked at why students could not answer this question. So therefore I focused on the statement and how to apply the statement by fine-tuning the known ideas through examples. Put it in a framework so that doing the example means you understand the theorem well. Not understanding the theorem well, you will solve the problem. Solving the problem should motivate, oh, this theorem is so important. Oh, this theorem can be used this way. Oh, this problem can be solved also by using some other theorem. So all these things. So that created avenues for me to create more problems and problem solving skills. Okay. Yeah, so therefore I wanted to make my book different from others' book, and that's only possible. I cannot change the statement of Cauchy's theorem. I cannot change the statement of necessary and sufficient condition for analyticity. I cannot change Lorentz theorem statement. I can only inspire the students by producing motivating examples. So that's what I did. So that's what it distinguishes from others' book to some extent. So then the author should select the target audience. So my aim was, I missed something when I was a student, but my students should not miss that. So that was my target. So my target was student. So therefore, in order to do that, in order to justify, I give more examples of different types as an application to a specific theorem. So that I kept in my mind when I wrote my first book. Of course, one has to decide about the structure and the delivery of the subject matter. That depends on the understanding and depends on the importance of certain theorems. For example, in complex analysis, the Schwarz-Pick lemma is very, very important. I think no complex analysis book other than my book contain many such problems, because Schwarz-Pick lemma is foundation for the development of hyperbolic geometry. That's one aspect. That's foundation for the development of several aspects of several complex variables. Today, this theorem has analog in Banach-Spence setting. So therefore, I see these things only after I got into research lately about the importance of Schwarz-Pick lemma, but realized it when I was a postdoctoral student when I wrote that book. So that's why you see each of those theorems I provide different kinds of examples And today my students, my PhD, not PhD students, PDF students are engaged in solving, are getting nice way of looking at this problem in several settings. So that's also another important aspect while writing a book that I took care when I was at least writing the book. Yeah, so mathematics is a language that it has its own rule of grammar, and it features a profound capacity for capturing complex and elegant concepts in only in few lines. For example, Liouville's theorem. If you look at Alpher's book, is only one line statement. Every bounded analytic function is bounded analytic function, bounded entire function. So bounded entire function is constant. Okay, you look at how Picard looked at this theorem. It's very different. Bounded analytic function. So bounded means it takes whole complex plane inside a bounded set. It doesn't specify how big or how small. So no flex. So therefore, what happens if it instead of boundedness, if it takes whole complex plane onto right of plane or left of plane, what happened? So such a problem was not raised in any book. So then look at examples carefully. Then Picard looked at this. Okay, if it maps disk, if it maps whole complex plane outside of a tiny disk, is it bounded? Answer is yes. How tiny? It could be how small as we like. So therefore punctured disk. So the question is, can an entire function omit one value? If it omits one value, what will happen? You understand? So that goes beyond that. So therefore the statement is simple. It gives you inspiration for people like Picard's little theorem. The range of a non-constant entire function is whole complex plane or whole complex plane minus single element. That single element is produced by example e power z. So see, then it goes, okay, what happens if it omits 2 points? Then it goes a meromorphic analog of that. So those are okay, Nevelina theory should know. So the step-by-step refinement of the statement of Liouville's theorem are simple, but it motivates. Then it has its own connection with PDE, it has its own connection with hyperbolic, cosine-conformal theory. So it goes beyond that. So therefore such theorems need to be pinpoint, that needs to be focused more. Attention should be made more on such theorems. So that's another aspects I took important in my book. So therefore one of the important benefits of mathematics is that a well conceived mathematical argument leaves very little room for disagreement. Once you have a statement with a proof, nobody can challenge, nobody can disagree with the proof. So mathematics is such a sound value. Okay. Yes. So writing a historical book in mathematics, well, that requires, if I am asked to do a historical aspects of something, really it's difficult for me. That also needs separate skill. So because here the subject has to be chosen very carefully, the author has to trace back the origins of the subject and identify the sequence of development that took place for centuries. So writing a historical books in mathematics is a difficult task. So this requires a lot of research, first of all, history of mathematics, and to make sure the data that you collect is correct, the data you collect contains conceptual ideas, all that is required in that thing. Okay. So when I wrote my first math book, I tried my best to add something that others did not, with additional explanation or motivation. That's what I said. So because in the market there are many books on the same subject. Why do we need one more book? Unless you give something extra, nobody will bother. Okay. So yeah. So then there is a kind of foundations of mathematics. So I think the most of the book that I wrote probably partly belongs to foundation. Yeah. So write a book on the foundations of mathematics. The author needs to be an expert on the foundations on which the whole mathematics rests. So it's a very carefully framed. The author needs to be an expert. But I was not an expert when I wrote the book. When I wrote the book, I was a postdoctoral student. But I wanted to learn the subject as much as possible by myself, because I also studied in a local government college, hardly had any good teacher. Through them you can really learn or really deepen your knowledge in the subject. Okay. So therefore, to write a book on the foundations of mathematics to provide a solid understanding of core concepts, but I wanted to learn myself and then produce as much as possible. That was a line I took, and on that line I just created a logical structure that underpinned the entire field of complex analysis. For example, it aims to bridge the gap between introductory mathematics and more advanced abstract mathematical thinking. So abstract mathematical thinking it's always very important. For example, you create many theorems in analysis. For example, algebra of limits. Why this proof of algebra limits is easy, but when you are giving randomly some function, quotient of two functions taking a limit, you get into trouble. But then what you apply? You apply the algebra of limits. Numerator, denominator, denominator is non-vanishing, and then you take the limit of the quotient is the quotient of the limit. See? So quickly, so the algebra of limit, for example, is used for problem solving skill. Before problem skill, this is proposed, this is to maintain the use of abstract thinking and put it in a framework to solve the harder problems of different types. Okay, right. So therefore rigorous thinking, developing rigorous thinking, bridging the gap to the higher mathematics, enhancing problem solving skill. So if you have a problems exercises and you have a set of problems with answers, problem solutions, and then you have exercise. If you have a problem with the solution, but you have an exercise without hint, you should be able to go from solution to the exercise. So therefore, that much the importance, explanation, developments one should be focused on while presenting the problems both in exercise and problems with solutions before that. Okay. Yes, so writing, there is entertaining books. So in mathematics also one can write entertaining books, picking up various smaller pieces, put together with nice structure, with applications in engineering, medical, even computing aspects, modeling aspects, all that. So therefore writing entertaining books is not an easy one. These kinds of books are focused on common man. So these books are written to show the beauty and applications of mathematics. So this requires a lot of simple examples from real life which demonstrate mathematical patterns. And for example, the book The Man Who Knew Infinity, it's not just entertaining, it's actually more than that, it's inspiring people. Ramanujam's, similarly, when you look at Ramanujam's last notebooks, it is of course it's brought out by Narosa, and Bruce Bond brought out several volumes under the heading Ramanujam's last notebook. It starts from his earlier problem solving skill and to the deeper mathematical or more of analytic number theory or algebraic number theory questions and theta function, etc. So for example, Bruce Bond, excellent books, Okay, anyhow. So Kanikol's book on Ramanujan is actually not only entertaining, it's also inspiring. The background is important. So that's it's difficult to write such a book. Kanigal was successful in writing a book which is now in all languages in India. Okay. Yes, so this is the writing textbook in mathematics. Is very important, certainly. Even if there are n number of books, n plus 1 number also is going to be useful, as long as it has something different from other books. So textbooks are of course aimed at teachers and students. The textbook should be both interesting and useful learning that subject. So a good textbook, when you read, it may lead you to do research in that line. So therefore a textbook should be a motivated, textbook should motivate you to study the further in that line, which means leading to your good research on that topic. So a good textbook should motivate you to lead to research. Okay. A textbook should speak to the reader. That's what I expect. Textbook should speak to the reader. That evolves from author through teaching it for many years. But when I wrote my complex knowledge book, I never taught that course. Okay. Same thing when I wrote my functionals book, I never get a chance to teach until now. Although now I had finished my teaching experience of many years. That second book on functional analysis, I do not know how many people know it. I was just preparing myself notes. My Finnish colleague in University of Helsinki, he saw me that I am writing something and correcting something. He asked me what I am doing. I am just looking at bounded uniform boundedness principle from functional analysis. I am looking at creating examples and all. He looked at, oh, it's a book, you should publish it. So he motivated me to convert my notes into a book. So that's the book functional analysis, which I am now trying to develop in a good book, by revising it. So often, without teaching myself, when I read, I prepare myself examples. I prepare myself exercises, myself problems with solutions. So that gives me a joy. That gives me joy today to work in different fields of mathematics. So when I write a book on 4 subjects, that means I am going to lead some problems in some other research area. So that's the kind of inspiration, motivation I used to get when I write a book. Anyhow, so during teaching, the author gains 2 important experiences. So you can see these experiences I want to tell you now. If you compare my first book, Foundations of Complex Analysis, when I wrote when I did not teach, and when I see the second book that most of you now holding, that's after my experience with teaching. So after my experience with teaching, it gives you more. It is because I learn from students. So students actually inspire me, then me inspiring students. And that's, you can see from my book. When I write a book after teaching the course, you will see the difference. For example, now I am writing a book on foundations of multivariable calculus. Many people use this, even ISI, my colleagues also asked me, please give your notes. I gave them, no doubt. But now I am teaching many times, I have taught many times, I am also teaching this semester. So now this book evolved as a very good book. Hopefully next year you will see that book. That's about multivariable calculus. Yeah. So why I say this, during the teaching, the author gains 2 important experiences. The teacher learns the depth and breadth of the subject. And then the teacher also learns from the students' feedback more about delivery of methods. So these 2 points I realize myself when I teach the course. Then I looked at examples, look at the concept, look at the way presentation, look at its development in other subjects. If you want to learn differential geometry, you must know thoroughly the multivariable calculus. If you know thoroughly the multivariable calculus in RN, I'm sure you can learn multivariable complex variable. I mean functions of several complex variables. When I started several complex variables myself several years ago, I find it very hard. But now I feel that it's just nothing, because I gained the experience of teaching functions of several variables, and hence I view the object in the right eye, in the right passage. So therefore, teaching a course and then writing a book and developing it to understand other subjects is also important. So that I gained from writing the book, from writing several books. So from these experiences, the author devises a method of delivery for writing a text. A textbook should have an ample amount, but not too many examples illustrating the theory developed in the book. Of course, in my book, mostly you will see many problems, and more often, my book is popular here. I know that, Orissa, Bengal, and some other states, but my book is not known in Tamil Nadu. You know why? When the teachers think that there are too many examples, too many exercises, which one should be asked in the exam? They don't want to do that risk. So therefore, they're risking the students, they never use. That's why in my class, if I see last several years, out of 50 students, at least minimum 10 students will be from Bengal. Minimum 5 students from Orissa. Some students from Rajasthan, here all are used my book. But Tamil Nadu, you get 1 or 2, 3 students. How many students when you were there? Yeah, now those days maybe 5, now it's only 2 or 1. So because they don't, so therefore it is important to use good textbook. Not I am saying that my textbook, good textbook. You should read good text. Why Alpha's book is used as a textbook in many places? Because it's a good textbook for teachers, but not for the students. Because for teachers it's a good textbook, provided the teachers spend time on the book. So when I wrote the book, I decided not to use the complex variable by Alphas. When I used it, final stage, whether I covered whatever Alphas covered or not. Only at that stage only I looked at, because otherwise you will intend to present what is Alphas present in my book. So you do in the usual way, and when it comes to the final stage, look at the standard textbook and compare with your already formulated, already designed, already typed materials, and compare with that. Then you can mediate between them and then finalize it. The missing parts you can fill up. So that's one thing. Anyhow, okay, so this is about writing a textbook in mathematics in my experience. Anyhow, this collection should contain problems with varying difficulty level, easy, medium, and challenging. These exercises will help the reader to understand the subject in depth. So more often in US, when I was teaching in US, University of Texas Lubbock, always the student asks for solution manual. Every course, there should be a solution manual. Only then textbook will be adapted, otherwise no. So no books will be a textbook unless there is a solution manual. Students comply. So that's why students in most universities in US are weaker. You don't know. They are weaker. Of course, the exceptional schools are different. Normal university setup, because the students exactly copy for the assignments, they want solution manual. That's not a good thing. But hints can be provided. So therefore, that's very important for a good book. Good book should not have solution manual. You can have a hints. Okay, right. So we are coming closer. Yeah, so writing a math textbook for majors like engineering and other disciplines requires a delicate art from an author. Many people ask me why I did not write engineering mathematics. Because in engineering mathematics, you don't really need to give a proof. You want to just, they don't want deeper inner analysis of the proof. But because they want to apply, they don't really need it actually. So therefore, when you want to present for engineering students, you should not give the way you give it for master students of mathematics. For engineering is completely different. They have to explain, they need explanation of the statement, no proof. No proof, no solutions. Give a rough idea of the proof that they will understand and don't understand. They don't care also, because their skill is they are going to use not this conceptual proof. They just want to understand the statement, how to apply. That's why most students, when they get into IIT exam, what they get? They exhausted. After solving problem solving skill, we have to tick only 1 out of 4, A, B, C, D. They get exhausted. They cannot sit down in the class for 50 minutes. Anyhow, okay, so that's a different skill to write books for other disciplines. So therefore, it should actually provide an algorithm which can be applied in their area of interest. So for non-major, mathematics is only a tool. It is not to be used as a development, not as a development. Okay, right. So writing an advanced book, okay, that's a big task, because for that you need to be a real expert. Okay, it's really a challenging task, but for some people it is easy. To whom it is easy? Just cut and paste. Many published papers bring advanced textbook, take the theorem, proof, cut and paste. For them it's easy, but really if you want to write a good advanced textbook, it's really a challenging one, which I have not got into it, although I had been working for many years, not successful to come to a stage of publication. Okay, yeah, so that's very challenging business, at least for me. Just to publish means anything you can publish, so that's not a criteria for me. So these types of books are aimed at the experts and teachers. The purpose here is to present the subject in a compact, concise and elegant manner, because it is to be used for research scholars, and there also the history is important, origin of the problems are important, and solution to such a research, where does it lead to? All these need to be properly well framed. Only then it can be used. For example, if you look at Alpher's book on cosecant foul mapping, Alpher's does not bother about it, because Alpher's is a different level. He just give a notes kind of thing. That's a class notes kind of thing. He put it in organized in a book that becomes popular. After that, people will write books based on that. So that's a challenging one, and Alpher's is different style. So we cannot compare with Alpher's level. Okay, right. So these kinds of books are useful source books, no doubt, for teachers. More than that, research scholars. So these books will contain less when compared to textbook number of examples. They don't give more examples, but lighter exercises will be given. Because these exercises again will be a theorem in some other research article. So advanced book as a special skill. Anyhow, it will contain, of course, exercises which are not only aimed at understanding the subject, but also to broaden the subject further, because some problems will demonstrate the link between the subject and other branch of mathematics, and that kind of advanced textbook in complex analysis, you know, Robert Barkle. I do not know whether people may not be knowing Robert Barkle from Kansas State University. I have not met him. I have exchanged mails many times, many years. He is now no more. He has a book, Advanced Complex Analysis, first part, Advanced Complex Analysis, second part. One of the excellent books I have seen. This author, Robert Barkle, has not written many research papers. He focused mainly teaching. Is one of his best is this book. His two books, yeah. Some problems will demonstrate the link between, that I already explained. Some of these books could be monographs which are focused. in a specific area of research in that subject. So writing an advanced book in the right spirit means it is a challenging one. Of course, there are many books which the people call advanced book. It's more like a cut and paste. So I don't comment on such authors. Okay, I am talking about real, valued, advanced book in subject. Okay, so now last slides. Yeah, so this is the first book I wrote. Okay, when I was a postdoctoral student. So this is a book very well used in US, South America and North America. I don't know whether student edition is available or not. Yeah, there was one print, after that no print I heard. But anyhow, now there is a revised version of it which contains Laplace and Fourier transform and application to engineering problems. Probably some applications of fluid flow problems in my own style will be presented in the revised version. Herb Silverman is a senior person. He has a book on this same title. He wanted to revise the book. Somehow he found me to be a right person to revise it. So I revised the whole book, and that's what this book. He has a book on the same title, old book, which he wrote when he was a young researcher. Okay, of course, revised version will contain like a new book on this topic. We focused 3 chapters on applications: Laplace, Fourier, Z transform, and then applications of fluid flow problems, probably other engineering problems also. Okay, that's waiting. We wait for some more time. Okay, this foundations of functional analysis. Again, I never taught this course. Each time I ask that I want to teach this course, somebody else will say, no, I am the expert, I want to teach that course. So I never get a chance to teach this course. But in spite of that, I am going to revise the book, and I am going to give a course on this for other students in some colleges first, and then get experience out of it to complete that. So that's pending one. Of course, this book everybody knows, certainly. And this book, I don't know how many people know about it, Foundations of Mathematical Analysis. This is also popular in Europe and North America, for example, North and South. But Indian edition, now I don't know it's available or not. They had a first print. After that, they did not print. I don't know, I did not. Okay, that's all about it. Of course, there is a excellent research which myself and 2 other colleagues of mine. He is from Japan. Matti Vuorinen is my mentor for postdoc. I have been in touch with him since 1994. So now also we join together with family often. He comes with family here, and I go with my family there and stay with his house. So such a nice collaborative Finnish friend. And Sugawa, of course, from Japan, and Sugawa and myself writing a research monograph. So that's also going on for a long time. So at least 4 or 5 monographs, 4 or 5 textbooks are going. I don't know which one will be released first and second, third. It will take some time. But this book is to understand the Cauchy alpha mapping is a topic of Alphonse. Alphonse Fields Medal is based on his work on this topic. This contains a lot of survey article which motivates one to get into new research area. Okay. Of course, there was an Indian Statistical Institute series we started when I was in ISI head, ISI Chennai head. We started this series. This series produces few textbooks subsequently, but now after I came out of ISI, I said I am no more want to be connected with that. Okay. Then of course this is a journal of analysis in which is actually now very well known journal now in India. Now this year the rank is, last year the rank was 1.1, impact factor 1.1, 5 years impact factor is 0.9, highest impact factor journal in India after it has gone to Springer, and I am the in charge for this. Since there's a story about this journal. Okay, in 1990, Madras University conducted a big conference in geometric function theory. So that time Stefan Rouchevet and few other top mathematicians participated. I was also one of the participants. I was a postdoctoral fellow. 1990 I finished PhD. 1989 and then 90 I participated. I gave a talk. Then that group decided now I should be part of that one. So they put me there. So after some time they put me everything on me. So now I am leading the journal. Now it's one of the, it's going to be, it's in ESIC or something, because it will take couple of years as per the norms. But next year probably it will go to ACI. So then it will become one of the best journal in India, I expect. And I want to see that this journal will be the best in India very soon. Okay, so that's the thing. And of course I am associated with this newsletter for many years, which I am plan to hand it over to someone, anyhow, the chief editorship, because I have other responsibilities. So this one is again a good journal in terms of ranking. I am associated with that journal for many years. Okay, and then of course Journal of Inequalities and Applications, I am involved, and this is a journal from Russia. Yeah, Problemy Analysa. Yeah, this is the Russian thing, Russian journal. Yeah. Any question? Thank you so much for your, yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
First of all, I have a question that teaching is a noble profession. So, how teachers or how we can make understand our next generation that mathematics is not a fear subject. Means many of the students think, even me also before class 11 thought that mathematics is like a fearful subject. But how we can understand our next generation to make them realize that mathematics, we can love mathematics, we can feel mathematics. Means this is a question to you. According to you, what do you think?
Okay, this is no doubt people fear of mathematics, including me. Okay. Okay, I do fear but mathematics when I don't get solution to hard problems. Oh, what is this? Okay, but anyhow, it actually to make yourself interested in mathematics, you must love mathematics, which means you must take interest, self-interest. Self-inspiration is more important than getting inspiration from your teacher. So that's very important. One simple example I tell you. I come from a rural village, rural place. We work in this field. When I was a school boy, okay, what I do, my father take water from the well. Those days, bulls are used, ox are used for take water from the well. My father used to do that work morning 3 o'clock. I go with them with a hurricane lamp, and then I do all kinds of trigonometry before 6 o'clock. All my homework is done. No, I don't feel like, no, I don't get sleep. Because the 3 to 6 hours, morning time, early morning, my father does the work. I have to go and change the water to one area to other area. So you love mathematics, automatically it will create interest on you. So I got it when I was a young boy. When I was a young boy means 9th grade, 10th grade. I still remember I am very good in trigonometry. Before I go to the class, I solve all the problems because I have no other way. 3 to 6 hours I cannot sleep and then get up after 10-15 minutes. So instead you do that 3 hours, finished. So I do all that. So why this example I do, when I do not get sleep, even now also, when I do not get sleep, I get up and start doing something. So automatically after 3 hours you become tired, you get sleep. So you get both sleep, also you love mathematics. The love is actually valuable. That's, yeah. Then you read a good books. There's another one is always, the library is the best to learn anything. So you cannot beat anything. When I was a student, I never get money to buy a notebook. You don't know my background. I never get a money to buy a notebook. There are a few other students in my batch. All of them were well placed like me. We go to 1 kilogram of papers, which is one side is printed, other side is empty. We take 1 kilogram of paper like that. The empty side we write the notes, all writing, and then again after that we sell it back again. So why I say this? If you love, you have a way to do that, and I am sure that everyone can do that. I have an experience with my own PhD student. A student is coming from very poor family. His father was a daily wages. He doesn't speak English. He comes from government college. I asked him, how did you pass your exam? He said, some I know, some others I put randomly. Yeah. He came to IIT Madras as a PhD student. But the sum he put correctly is correct actually. But he was confused. If he put extra sum, maybe answer correct, then he will get some marks, he will get qualified. Somehow he was advised like that, and he did that. He got into IIT Madras. And first semester he struggled to understand English. He comes to me, asks me in Tamil, I explain to him in English. So that way he developed English skill also. End of the semester he was a gold medalist. And then after finishing PhD, after finishing masters, he wanted to continue mathematics research. I asked him to do PhD in somewhere else because I am going to ISI. He said no, he will wait or he will come to ISI. No, ISI, you go to write an ISI exam. He qualified to GATE exam. He said no, I want to do only with you, and I will write ISI exam. He worked for ISI exam 1 year after joining IIT Madras with PhD. He qualified that and he came ISI. He got the ISI degree. Now he is a faculty at IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur. So anybody can get a success, but you should have the right motivation, positive thinking, positive learning process. Library is a big source. He hardly used to go for movies when he was a master student at IIT Madras. But I am not like that. I want to see a movie before writing the exam when I was a college student. The other way, don't prepare anything for your exam. That was my idea. Exam with preparation. I want to prepare everything before the exam, but at the time of exam or just before the exam, I want a good sleep. That's it.
Sir, another last question is how you can motivate the teachers how they can teach the students mathematics, by enhancing some techniques or like
No, I understand your point. See, these days we have many motivational conferences are going on, workshops to train teachers to deliver better, and also to motivate the students, special students, in the sense that you choose the best 5 to 10 students. In our state, we do that. Every college you choose 10 students or 5 students, in total 80 students, and we give them training for 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 weeks, 1 month. Also for teachers also we do. And we make sure those who are teaching a particular subject should be allowed in the particular conference, particular workshop. We make it as a rule. Not just because government insists you to do FDP program, this program, and no, we don't allow such in the time. We do it as a service in our place. So if you join in such program, you will see the difference. MTTS is one such thing. MTTS is one such program to motivate students how to learn mathematics. How do you view each concepts? So you have to join such program. Sometimes you can get something online also. We also do organize many such things for third year students, master students. I think I have suggested also to organize here, so that will motivate you. So 3 weeks program, 1 week program. So in those days, in those 1 week or 3 weeks, some expert will teach you and how you should view it. So that's the way you get inspired. So there are no other ways. Yeah.
Sir, I want to share that in my opinion, it is rather than memorization, one could enhance the power of visualization technique.
Don't memorize. Don't memorize.
It means visualize. mathematics. I just want to say that only, that we have to enhance the power of visualization to think, to learn, um, uh, to understand mathematics. So this much, thank you, sir, for.
Yeah, visualization is very important. Every concept, as many as possible, you try to see geometric interpretation of whatever you study. That's very important. See, that is very important. See, you cannot get for every theorem, but at least you can interpret it in terms of pictorial. When you can view the pictorial interpretation of a theorem or statement or problems, then you will not go out of your method. So that will be helpful to inspire yourself, and that will be helpful to understand the concept.
Hello. Okay. Sir, I have a question that there is a thing called writer's dilemma, where the writer faces, the writer questions himself during authoring a book that whether I've written a good work and all that. So, sir, you have authored so many successful works. I wanted to ask that did you face such dilemmas while writing the book? And if yes, how did you cope up with it?
1 second, last words. Yeah.
If you face such dilemmas, how did you cope up with them? If you faced such dilemmas while writing the book, how did you manage the problem?
Delay.
Yes, author's dilemma, while an author.
Dilemma. Okay,
yes,
okay.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. See, when I write a book, while writing a book now also, I never keep a deadline. If it is not going to be published, I never care. So that's why I said I never keep the deadline. Oh, we have to finish this. No, I never keep. I just want to keep going as long as I have the energy. That's all. So I never keep anything beyond that. Oh, I have to finish this. There are other things that we have deadlines, no doubt. But as far I am concerned, my own research or my own book writing, I never keep a deadline. For example, my function survival book is going on for more than 15 years. But last 7 years, many of my friends are using that as a good book for class teaching. I give them, no doubt. But now I am decided, okay, we should at least get it in the form of a book so that it will be useful for others. So I never keep any dilemma. If I am not successful, I never get regret.
Sir, any tips you would like to give to aspiring math book writers, like those who want to write math books? Would you like to give them any tips?
No, I think they have to get tips by themselves. Really, I don't want to give any tips. What I would suggest is understand the concepts properly and try to link it with other subjects, and try your best to give motivational introduction, motivational examples. That's what I would suggest. So nothing beyond that, as far mathematics books are concerned.
He stays in this campus. So if you have any, so after this seminar, you can easily contact him and clear your doubts.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know where I'm reach out to this level. So this is a seminar for different group of writers, not for me, but still I try my best to give you something that I can and I could share with my own experience. Thank you so much for your patience. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now we are last technical session of this seminar, which is the theme is AI in teaching and learning. For that, we have with us Dr. Partho Sarathi Mukhopadhyay sir. So I request sir, So please come on the stage and take your seat. Students, we request you to please keep silence and be seated. Please be seated. So now I request Dr. Ravi Kumar De to formally felicitate first our speaker. Ritam, Ritam. Now, please introduce our speaker to the audience.
Good afternoon. Parthasarathi Mukhopadhyay sir is a professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at University of Kolkata, a recipient of the Best Young Elias Teacher Award. He is an open source enthusiast and has worked as a developer and promoter of many open source projects. He is presently a member of the Koha and Bhupind international developer teams, two of the most visible open source solutions in the domain of library and information science. He has more than 150 papers in journals and conference volumes and 5 books in his beeline. His recent book on interoperability and retrieval was published by UNESCO in Paris. Professor Mukhopadhyay acted as a metadata consultant for the NDL, National Digital Library, hosted by IIT Kharagpur. He is presently a member of the advisory committee for the National Virtual Library project of the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He developed Vidya Online as an e-learning platform, portal for Vidyasagar University in 2006 and is currently running 3 online courses on the Swayam platform. He is presently an associate editor for the Journal of Information and Knowledge, one of the oldest LIS journal in India. Now I request sir to deliver his lecture. Sir, please come.
Thank you, Ravi. And dear delegates, dear students, professor, he actually enlightened us.
Okay, so after some initial hiccup, we finally got it. And as Ravi said that I will be talking on that AI/ML applications in teaching and learning, particularly from the point of view of the library professionals. I'm not an expert in AI/ML, but we are trying to explore AI/ML in different facets of information retrieval as well as library services. And mainly I got inspiration some 5 years back from this particular journal paper. This journal is not a Scopus index journal and even does not have any kind of impact factor. But for each and every library professional, it is basically a dream to publish a paper in this journal, Portfolio Library. It's an open source journal where authors actually tried to say that the way people are searching presently, because your any research journey, your educational journey starts with an unknown piece of information. You are trying to explore something unknown. So there mostly you are using different databases, for example, Google Scholar or different commercial data sets. And there it basically a business of Boolean search and keyword based searching. So author here reported that that is going to be a history within 3 to 5 years. So that actually changed my attitude to look into information retrieval, the way presently we are doing and supporting researchers and scholars. So how it is actually happening? If you go through, even including students, of course, faculty members, that knowingly or unknowingly in your day-to-day life, every bit of your life activities you are using knowingly or unknowingly. Why? Here you see this particular, this mobile phone picture. The moment you are typing word, the generation 1 of generative AI. Now, many of you are having this technology also included some of the word processor technology. We are using all of it. AI is working. For example, who is actually organizing your email? Have you ever noticed that in your Gmail? That each and every mail is actually classified by primary, promotion, social, then draft and many other things. So who is this doing this classification? How computer knows that it is your primary tab, it is your social tab, and this particular email will go to this one, and this particular email should be landed into the spam folder. Initially, 2 years back, lots of important emails were going to spam folder. And now you see, after 2-3 years, rarely an important mail goes to the spam folder. So AI is learning. AI is organizing all of our emails we are receiving into categories. A crude way of library classification actually. So in all of this actually AI is involved, and most of the students and faculty members knowing this ChatGPT. But that model is GPT. Most of the cases, the models are BART, GPT, etc. And ChatGPT eventually become very popular. And you see from the generation 1 to generation 4, yesterday or day before yesterday, the generation 5, GPT-5 came. And how parameters are changing from 170 million parameters where it can predict a single word. Then generation 2, 1.5 billion parameter, it can predict a full sentence if you give a paragraph. Generation 3, where you give a line and it can produce a paragraph. So all this happened during 3 generations, and this generation 4 actually having 1 trillion parameters, data points, and this is introduced a new technology, RLHF, reinforced learning through human feedback. Suppose you are asking 10 questions to ChatGPT. ChatGPT came up with excellent answer for 8 questions, but 2 went wrong. This happens every time. So you are again giving feedback to this GPT model that this is the reason these 2 went wrong, and this is the reason for why it actually went wrong. So this is called reinforcement learning through human feedback. It's a very costly affair, but it actually improved the situation much better, and GPT-5, if you try, you will see that. So the question is that how we are going to utilize this beautiful technology developed by humankind, the generative AI, flawless English, natural language query it can process, natural language based answer it can provide you. Students are using it, and there is no harm, no wrong in actually using a new technology, but handle with care. So today my focus will be how that handle with care factor should be treated or should be nurtured by a student or a faculty member. And this generative AI nowadays, you name it, we have it kind of thing. You want to prepare a video, you give the description, it can prepare a video, then productivity, writing, grammar check, everything you know. But why I'm saying handle with care? Let me first show you that how it can actually help you. Let me connect this one first. So this is a query I have given to DeepSeek. DeepSeek, all of you know, na, DeepSeek, and a new model developed by China. So I have given a brief description that I want to know from you what will be the future of public transport, and prepare a 1-minute video out of this description, and you see the way it actually handle this. So this is a 1-minute video produced on the basis of that 2-line description, what will be the future of public transport. And as you know, DeepSeek is slightly patriotic, so a lot of people will be starting here from China. All are scientifically possible. All are possible. And this is actually, you see the minute detail it is creating. Impressed? Impressed? Now again, handle with care. I given instruction, draw a picture of Mother Teresa fighting against poverty. No, it's a laughable stock, I know. But here you see the point you need to see. It is actually violating all kind of norms. It is equating poverty with Africa. Second, illegally it is using a picture of children. Who given the permission? This is utterly going against the law, and it's actually took the word fighting literally. It actually not placing the wide connotation of that particular word. So that's why I'm saying, because a lot of students are there, I know, handle with care. What library professionals are doing, one of the most enthusiasts of technology right from 70s with the advent of personal computer, this is LIS professionals. So we took this particular technology very seriously, because every time when a new technology comes, people first say that library is at the crossroad. In one sense, we are perpetual crossroaders. Every decade we actually come to the crossroad. When Google came, people say that library won't be there. Then web architecture came, we actually changed every technology. Your OPAC is becoming web OPAC, and every other software is becoming web architecture based. So when AI came, people again started saying that library is at the crossroad. So we took up the matter very seriously. 2021, 2019 OCLC, one of the largest library network, published a report called Responsible AI. And that term became so popular, most of the computer scientists are nowadays using the term responsible AI without knowing that the term first coined by a librarian. And again, another big organization, SILIP, they came forward to draw a picture how AI and robotics will be shaping future libraries. But the best of the report so far I have read, produced by Library of Congress, and Library of Congress given this responsibility not to any technologist, not to any library professional, but to an English professor, Dr. Ryan Cordell, who is eventually an avid reader of Library of Congress. Library, we call them like friends of libraries. So they come library regular, they support all kind of library activities. So Dr. Ryan Cordell came, machine learning plus libraries. All of these reports are open access, you can download. And I will request all of library LIS fraternity present here to go through this 42 pages of report. It's a very lucidly written, tipsy report, but vividly explaining what is going to happen down the line after 5 years. IPLA, another big group, developed a SIG, Artificial Intelligence Work Group here. So all the way we are very much in the business of utilizing AI in different library services, and definitely we are actually supporting responsible AI. AI should not give you any kind of wrong information, hallucination, and so on. So my first request to the users here who are actively using different electronic data sets and other things to tell you that search is going to be changed. Your Google search, your Google Scholar will be history within 2 to 3 years. Why I am saying so? I'm trying to show you understand what I'm trying to tell you. Because this is a group 1 tool where you are getting data or resources for your input. Your research you can view from 3 different angles. Input, you are gathering data, documents. Processing, inside your mind, you are applying your own intelligence, intuition. And finally output, when you are writing a book like Sarada or lots of journal papers. So that is the output stage. So input stage, every one of you has to go. Students, scholars, and everything. And most of the cases you collect your data from a search engine. And many of the cases you see your possibly home page you set in your laptop or desktop is the moment you open a browser, Google comes up. Is not it? So you see here how search is changing with the 3 generations of Semantic Scholar. Semantic Scholar is a product of Institute of Technology, and the founder was none other than by Paul Allen. Paul Allen, does that ring a bell? Paul Allen. Paul Allen was the co-founder of Microsoft alongside Bill Gates. Okay, so he is now retired, and here you see it's a typical Google Scholar or Google-like search engine or Scopus or other thing. So here you suppose searching like machine learning. You see the first generation change. So I'm searching like a keyword search. Of course, it is a keyword search, artificial search. But the beauty you see here, I am picking up any paper randomly, this one. This is the first time available in a search engine called TLDR. Too long, did not read. That is the full form of the word. And what it is saying? It is actually going through the entire full text of the paper. Entire full text of the paper and creating a one line informative summary for it. Can you believe? And no human is doing this particular activity. A machine learning backend is reading the paper on behalf of you and on the fly generating a one-line summary out of it, what we call indicative abstract. And suppose I am using this particular paper. Suppose I like it after reading the TLDR. You see the second level of AI application. It can group all the related papers through citation, how many citations this particular paper received, their TLDR, how many references this paper included, its TLDR, and those papers which are out of this reference citation network of scholarly communication, semantically related but not linked with the citation reference link. So these are coming with the related paper alongside their TLDR, and there you can move. So what does it mean for a scholar? Lots of things. Actually, Previously, you were trying to gather a handful of relevant literature on your topic of research or you are working on it. Now you identify 2-3 core papers, come up with that paper, DOI number or something. In Semantic Scholar, you will be finding lots of related paper connected with citation reference alongside the semantic similar paper in a single place where you can navigate from one paper to another paper. Suppose I am selecting now this particular paper. So this paper will come to the center stage, its citation, its references, alongside TLDR, its related paper. So first generation search engine, how it is changing. Can you imagine that facility even a very costly electronic database like Scopus or Web of Science? No, not at all. Scopus is taking 27 lakhs per annum. But this kind of AI, no, nothing, only keyword based searching. Now you see generation 2 of out of this open access text corpus, they are coming with this paper finder. This is utilizing actually the Semantic Scholar dataset where I can put a query in natural language. Time is short, so I am saying one of my example. I actually ask this particular, all are based on the corpus of Semantic Scholar. So here I can, all are based on the corpus of Semantic Scholar. So here I can give a kind of this and give a kind of this kind of query, generate a literature review for me, kind of query, generate a literature review for me on the top of this research. Generate a literature review that can help me to address the following research question. Can AI/ML technologies influence library services and knowledge organization? So now it is finding a paper, all the relevant paper, and making a version 0 of literature review for me. So this is one section. Entire literature review alongside the cited papers, I can see, I can export, I can import. So this is the third generation where you can build a complete literature review out of the corpus of open access resources. So search is going to be changed like anything in future. As a teacher, as a faculty, as a student, a future researcher, you need to know that. Then another kind of search engine is coming. Another kind of search engine is coming. Let's take this kind of search, what is coming, that is called related grouping of the related paper in a visual landscape. So suppose I am creating a collection here, test. This is called Research Rabbit. So I am going to test. My test is completely blank set. I am adding a single paper that I know very relevant for my research. And the moment I add it directly, you see, on the top of you need to analyze first. The bigger is the node, more impactful is the paper. Because the node size depends on the number of citations received by that paper. Your paper is green color, and these blue nodes you actually missed, and you can visually identify which paper is important. Denser is the color, and more is the size, more impactful is the paper. You can select this paper here, read the abstract, full text, and if you think, you can add to your collection. So I started with one resources. There are lots resources. There are lots actually. Entire input stage, literature search, your qualitative and quantitative research, grammar checking, citation management, all are now open source based, all are now open source based, all are now AI/ML based. Let me show you another thing, that why I am saying this, everything is now AI enabled. You all know Zotero? How many of you are using Zotero? So this is my reference management software called Zotero. Okay. Many of you are using this kind of reference. Okay. Many of you are using this kind of reference management software. I integrated this with large language model like your GPT. In my case, these are all open source large language model like Llama 4 series from Meta. then DeepSeek, and many other. Now suppose these 5 journal paper I am selecting, you don't have to go through the sequence also, I am just selecting randomly. Say this. Now I want to do a version 0 of literature review automatically. I can utilize my Zotero here. Something wrong happened. Let me restart. So suppose I am selecting randomly a few and asking my Zotero integration, can you do a literature review? This is one kind of JavaScript we wrote. The moment I click it, it can go to the large language model. All the selected paper it can review for me and create a literature matrix that these are the paper you selected, who wrote it, what is the major point in this paper, what was the sample size, what were the key findings, and what were the limitations. Unbelievable. I'm not saying that you just copy and utilize in your literature review. Not that. Literature review is a very, very tough job. But some programming is actually helping you to don't go through all of this kind of literature. You have a summary table so that you can earmark that these papers are important for me. How much time you can save? Just imagine. And number of literature, it's actually increasing like anything. Any field of research, millions and millions of paper at least 24 hours in a day. That is not increasing, but volume of research is increasing. You need to find something different. You need to think something out of box. And AI/ML is there to help you, but as I said, handle with care. Okay, so this is all about research. Now in the library, what we are trying to do is something different actually. Something different, you see, most of the cases we people using large language model very novicely, what I say. You are having a set of question as a student, as a researcher, you are giving that manually, and large language model like GPT, Gemini, these are giving you answer, and it's a very time consuming, drudgery of a process. We don't have that kind of time, and that is a simply wastage of your valuable research time. So we need to utilize large language model programmatically. Let me show you another option of using a beautiful open source software called OpenDefine. Previously it was called Google Refine, now it is called OpenDefine. It's an open source software, can run in both Linux and Windows platform, because all the software I am showing you here, don't think that I am using Linux operating system, it will run only in Linux. I have selected only those software which can run equally well both in Windows and Linux. So you see here I am starting my, let me close Zotero. So I am starting my OpenDefine. So what I am trying to mean here, that we can utilize large language model in a programmatic way. So let me show this. I have collected a set of 10 questions only for UGC LIS NET. Okay. Many of you are postgraduate students are giving NET exam, and this kind of databases nowadays available everywhere. It's simply a set of database in which particular year of NET it appeared, and this is our local QR ID, question ID, and this is the question with 4 options, and these are the answers given by human being. Okay, so option number 3 is right, 2 is right, and so on. I can throw all of these questions programmatically to a large language model. It may be Llama, Llama is a model, open source model from Facebook, DeepSeek, or GPT, anything. So you see here, this is having a plugin called this one. So suppose I am utilizing Google Gemini 2.5, and you do not have to pay a single all of these models. In fact, most of these models are open source models. They are giving you free tokens, almost 1000 RPT, that means request per day, and that's huge actually. So I'm utilizing that purpose. This is all my API key and other thing, all are available free of cost. And any of this I can utilize. Now suppose I want to extract using AI. I first need to select, say I have written a history. So this is called a prompt. This is a multiple choice MCQ type question on this particular subject as postgraduate level. You just give me right option. I am utilizing Llama 3 and I will try to, how it is responding. General is giving me option number 3. Now the moment my generation of preview is okay, I can throw this particular, this one, say test. It can automatically throw all of these 10 questions one after another to the system. It will fetch the answer and can store the answer. Later on, I can compare how human answer is going along with the machine generated answer and what is the percentage of success of any large language model. So this way we can utilize huge number of data sets. We can go it for translation, sentiment analysis, summary like TLDR. You read the paper and give me a summary. You throw the number of authors, it can give you the gender of the author so that you can study the participation of gender in science. All of this is possible through large language models. Okay. So at the end of this, it will actually give you all the answer of this one. Now I have already collected a set of human answers, then I can match that whether it is matching or not, how many are true, how many are false, and you can have an idea. And our experience shows that when you are asking some kind of general question, computer science related question, it is answering almost 100% right. But the moment you are moving towards the domain specific question like library classification, cataloging, retrieval, the success rate is only around 5%. So we are trying to develop a model that is called RAG, that how this system can be fine-tuned and improved locally, and that I'll be going to show you within another 5 minutes. So in this way, we can explore many new things. And in the library, what we are trying to do, so now these are basically child's play. I am now coming to a very serious issue of intellectual deployment of large language model or generative AI for different library activities. For example, subject indexing, classification, categorization. You can see this particular paper is related with the goal 13. You can see this particular paper is related with the goal 13 of sustainable development. So this is a kind of categorization. We library people always do it. But how productively we can utilize, and now you see most of the cases it is actually matching. Human answer is 3, then LLM answer is 3, 2 and so on. The LLM answer is 3, 2 and so on. So it is working actually, I have actually sent only 10, but in reality you can send 10,000, 10 lakhs. Size does not matter here. Okay, now come to this part. Here what I am trying to show you recent development in the field, that how we can utilize this generative AI in the intellectual knowledge organization. And intellectual knowledge organization in the domain of library always centers around two things. One is the subject indexing, another is classification. Now, on the top of this backend system called ANIP, developed by National Library of Finland, we are trying to do this system. You know this software? Your college is possibly using it? Oha? Okay. Now say I am going for cataloging, giving a particular book. So this is a mark record for 245. So this is the title. Subtitle I am writing, a reminder of the title. And this person is author. So most of the social science people know this book, Asian Drama. It's not a book of drama. It's basically a classical book on economics. And I am writing also the summary note of this book in a mark field. So it is called 520. Which particular so I am giving this summary note in 520, and I have given also title and author, everything in 245 tag. So this is 245 tag. I have given title and author, and 520 I have given the summary note. Now you see, the moment I added this, you won't be finding in your own Koha, but here it is giving me some additional key like suggest DDC, suggest LCSH, different kind of large language model, aggregator. I am selecting ANIF. Then the moment I selecting ANIF, it will tell me what machine learning model you are going to utilize. There are lots of different kind of machine learning backend like lexical model, associative model, ensemble model, neural network, deep learning. So let us select the most advanced one, the neural network model. Then it is saying that what should be the confidence score. You can change it, that 1, 2, 3. It's always ranges from 0 to 1. So suppose I am setting it 0.18. Now the moment I select suggest DDC, so on the top of this one, you see back at the back end what is happening here. So my ANIP backend is working here. See, it is actually throwing that particular Koha based query to backend ANIP. It is trying to predict the class number on the top of it, and when it is getting successful, it will report you with the HTTP values 20200, and it is predicting the class number. Now the moment I am selecting this should be the class number, select it, it will automatically throw to the particular tag called 082. Same way, we can do also Library of Congress subject heading, subject category. Now I am asking, suggest me LCSH for this book. So development economics, I can select, it will directly go to 650. So it's not only, we are playing with retrieval, end user based system, we can integrate the entire thing, productively, very much productively inside our own system. For example, you are maintaining disk space. I have seen that you have a repository on disk space. The moment you are uploading abstract file, it can predict similar way dc.subject on the top of any vocabulary. We trained the system here with DDC and Library of Congress subject heading. So in theory, you can teach or train the system with any standard vocabulary like UNESCO thesaurus or something like that. So this is one way we are doing to integrate the all of these things here inside the system. Another beautiful technology that is coming that is coming actually at the top. So Ravi, you just tell me when to finish, okay? Otherwise I can go on. Okay, so this you see GPT 4.0. I asked this question to GPT that is it true that there was a delay in launching Chandrayaan 3 by 4 minutes? Here you see, that is another problem with the large language model. If you give the model a wrong clue, it will work in that fashion. For example, those who are having their mobile phone, can you do a test for me? How many of you are having mobile phone connected with you? You open your WhatsApp. WhatsApp includes one large language model called Meta. Open that Meta. You will be knowing that why I am saying so. You open the Meta, and everybody please give a question. Which one is higher, 9.11 or 9.9? Which one is higher, 9.11 or 9.9? You all know the answer. Let us see what Meta says. Which one is higher, 9.11 or 9.9? Then put a question mark. What answer it is giving? 9.11 is higher. So you see, Meta is producing a $1 billion large language model, and for those who the right answer came that 9.9 is 9.9 is higher, you just again ask, are you sure? You asked, for those who are getting the right answer, ask again, are you sure? You are getting my point? Why this simple mathematics, what a class 1, class 2, 3 student can do, Llama cannot do, or Meta cannot do. It's a multi-billion-dollar project, because my dear friend, it is not meant for it. The way we are utilizing large language model, it is not meant for it. A large language model, you give a wrong clue, it will answer in the wrong way. Because there was a delay. I have given here a half truth. There was a delay in launching Chandrayaan 3 project, that rocket launcher, 4 seconds, not 4 minutes. I just changed the unit, and it actually took my bad clue and answered like anything, garbage, hallucination. And why this is happening, you know, hallucination and this one. This is a famous quote. Large language model is something like Alice is wandering through a looking glass. It's a completely Alice in Wonderland kind of thing, because it is actually learning everything through word association. Again, give me an answer of a question. When I am saying that fill in the blank, boys are going to dash. So which word is coming to your mind? Boys are going to dash. Which word is coming to your mind? Tell me. School. Why? Boys may go to gymnasium. They may go to movie theater. Why school is coming? Have you ever thought of it? 90% of the participant present here, the very term school will be coming, because right from your childhood days you are habituated with that kind of sentences. We are actually, word is known by the company it keeps. So large language model, when you are giving enough number of this raw text, it is actually making association of the word and filtering the most statistical significant words to complete the sentence. It's not an expert system. It's not a domain specific expert system. That's why it cannot answer that simple mathematics that which one is higher, 9.9 or 9.11. It's not meant for that. Why it is happening in this way? Because at the core of the code, large language models are using vector space model of information retrieval. where every token, suppose you are throwing a large corpus of text, every word is converted into lowercase, that is called token. And that tokens are basically arranged by multiple dimensions. Vectors, that's why it is called. Every word is having its x coordinate value, y coordinate value. Then when you are making a query, it will try to find out what are the documents that are actually closely related, where cosine similarity or the angle of theta value tends to 0. So angle of theta will be reducing, so similarity will be increasing. So that is vector space model, simple. So all of these are using vector space model. That's why this kind of hallucination, wrong answer, these are coming. What is the way out? There are many way out, costly way out. That prompt tuning is there, plugins are there, but what is actually attracting our attention, particularly from LIS professional, that is called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. You can utilize your own data set. The logic is something like that. You will understand from this. You are having data sources here. Then that data source you are converting into chunk of text. There are lots of tokenizers. That chunk will be converted into vectors, and vectors will be stored inside your vector data set. So that's simple. That is everybody understand. Now you can utilize a RAG pipeline, either Llama Index or LangChain. You can utilize any open source large language model, and the way it will work, like I trained the system with Chandrayaan-3 project, all kind of public documents available in Chandrayaan-3 project. Then embedding or tokenization is there, storing this one in ChromaDB. When user makes a query, query also converted into vector. So these two vectors are matching together, and I am getting top K result. That top K result I am throwing to large language model, that you read these 5-6 documents and answer my questions. You are not liberty by your from your inner core. You read my 5 documents and then answer me. So it makes a lot of differences. Say for example, this is my setting. This is an open source framework. We are utilizing LangChain. So I am selecting an open source large language model. Temperature you will be finding everywhere in large language model. Temperature means the measure of creativity. If temperature is high, you are allowing the system to become creative. Suppose you are trying to write a telling the system that you write a full line paragraph or a poem for me. So their creativity must be high. But here I don't want creativity. I want to the point answer. So creativity temperature is 0. Then I enable search. So what happens? The moment I ask this question, is it true that there was a delay of 4 minutes in launching this one? So it will first go through my document. Vector wise it will match, and it will find the vector, and then we'll start on the top vectors I will be throwing to MetaLlama on the fly, and then MetaLlama can answer me that there was a delay, but delay was 4 seconds, not 4 minutes, and it can give me source also. So tomorrow or day after tomorrow, large language model, but not in the raw form. You need to fine tune, you need to go through different other treatment. One of the very easy treatment is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, developed by Facebook or proposed by Facebook researcher, Fair Group we call. And then the same document I have trained in English, but I can ask in any language. In Hindi, it can answer. In Bengali, it can answer. In Tamil, it can answer. I have not trained the model with Tamil, Hindi or anything. Only 300 English language article. But on the fly, it can translate the system. It can utilize its inner core and answer me in the language in which I put forward the question. And as a last of this demonstration, I will try to show you a demonstration live on it. This is a Python based system. So it is saying that I am already utilizing port 500. So utilizing port 500. So port 5005. This up project by no. Okay. So what's the reason? This you can remember, na? Pokhran and Vikram, lander and rover. So I'm asking a simple question: what's the reason of naming the lander and rover as Pokhran and Vikram? And here you see my setting. So I'm utilizing Gemini. Temperature is 0 and everything. Now ask the question. So first it will try to retrieve the relevant vectors from my ChromaDB. List of the top 5 vectors. Those documents it will throw to the large language model, and these are the top 5 vectors, and then this vector is actually thrown to Gemini and the language came. And now you see I am utilizing translating this one so this is I am translating in Bengali and asking the same question. So this time it can answer me in Bengali or query of the language. So technology is very simple. You collect a set of data, utilize a ChromaDB at the back end, throw that documents before to a large language model, and write a prompt that you utilize this document to answer my question, nothing from your own inner code. So there is no chance of hallucination, nothing. So what the application of technology? We can apply or we can deploy a real expert system out of it. Library chatbot services. So a lot of library rules and data sets, your resources, you are trained with this one. Then you can create a chatbot and integrate with your library OPAC so that the first level of queries can be satisfied this AI chatbot based on RAG. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any question, doubt? Anyone want to ask anything? So raise your hand. No one?
Seminar. So there is only there are some formal session or formal work is remaining. So for that, our principal sir is coming. So he will be delivering his concluding note. So students, audience, please wait for 1 or 2 minutes. He is on the way. So we are waiting for our principal sir. registered participants, after the concluding note, so to collect your certificate, you have to go to the registration desk, and then you need to sign and then collect your certificates. Not now, after principal sir give his concluding note. And whoever from outside participants who